feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down, here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all to get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Granility. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Granility. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, coming down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'm the lying down when I run around and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better for you, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up. On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta shut down. We got no cry. We barely found this one. Crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow
down.
my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the pad. It's time waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up. On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try.
我觉得你们还是跟牛比阶级一起去做晚风吧。比赛这种事情不适合你们。后到训练赛给你们打出自信了是吧？我们不用训练赛都能吊到你。
This is to Team Secret.
Look in my eyes.
3, 2, 1，
hold 住啊，我的前队友啊，我的张飞随便吼你5个啊，准备回家洗洗睡吧。
我觉得我们的打野一个人。
你们 AG 不就是全部别人不要的选手才凑起来的一队吗？哎，手办坏了。
Victory!
Yeah! Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Dust. Her fragrant sleeves have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Innkeeper,
huh?
This is from the guest upstairs.
Huh?
My, I'm rich.
He said it was a repayment.
Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook! Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on! We're just playing around! Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Allow me? Few prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
If only I had an alternative, this would never have happened!
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist. Get secrets and powers.
Magic. Despicable!
That's why they keep Marshall Manuel for that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
Blue team has slain an enemy.
The forbid?
Your doom.
Your little business isn't worth my time.
Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue
I
team
smirk at people's
double kill.
greedy nature, for the fleeting fortune shall be their dark future.
An enemy.
Hey! Fistfuls of gold! Light as willow blossoms! Golden strike! Dressed with dignity, moving with grace. Elegant as a soaring swan. The human heart is unpredictable. Even the righteous can be untrustworthy.
From a single spark, the fire begins. Embers awaken. A call to rise, to reignite, to re-emerge with strength and passion. Malaysia's first ever official Honor of Kings League, a symbol of pride, power and the roar of something unstoppable. A new group rises from the ashes. Fresh fire, unwritten stories, fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground, and they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. BSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the Embers Awakening.
How's it going, everybody, and welcome to the Malaysian King League Spring Season 2025. And I'm not actually in the West League today. I'm over into this MKL Spring League, and I'm very happy to be here. And I'm with none other than Sagi. How are we feeling today?
Of course, we're feeling fine, Blam. Honestly speaking, welcome to the MKL, Blam. How are you feeling over there? But I bet you're gonna be feeling even more tense, even more excited for today's featured matchups, Blam.
I mean, honestly, we have some absolute bangers, right? I mean, it's, for me personally, I don't want to say that it's the last match of the day, but it is the last match of the day that is my favorite that I'm looking forward to. Because obviously, it's not only just the two teams that are going head to head with each other, right? It's the fact that it's the battle for that second place within the league so far.
Oh, definitely, exactly. So a bit of a storyline for the final match of the day. So first match, we have DTE versus Toda, right? O2 versus Team Secret. Then the highlight of the day definitely falls to AG Global versus Blackstreet Esport. Some highlight for both teams. AG Global has defeated Blackstreet Esports in the lower semis of Honor of Kings S3 qualifiers for the Malaysia part, right? And BSE, a team with many titles, to be honest. They have had so far 2 big titles, international tournaments, they have 2 titles, and they are EWC second place. So, damn. So right now we have the tournament format, Blam.
Yes, the tournament format, obviously, we've seen it plenty of times. This is obviously the first part of the tournament, right? Is that we have the regular season come through now, and this is going to be the format come through. So regular season is going to be a double round robin as a best of 3 between these 8 teams. Going forward into the playoffs is going to be the top 6 teams of the regular season. So as you can see, we're already into week 3 within this one so far. So it's still going to be basically time to play around with losses and wins because we're only halfway through. But honestly, I feel like this is where it's actually going to start to spice up.
Oh, definitely. We are going to see bangers after bangers, a repeat of like the legendary matchups, teams looking to challenge the top 4 teams, and teams looking to secure their top 6 angle into the playoffs. And of course, right now, there's a very firm line between the top teams and the bottom teams. So this double round robin will show us the slow starting teams and the growing teams looking to challenge the top teams, right?
Yes, exactly. And what they're going to be looking at for, and obviously competing for as well, not only a place at KWC, but they're going to be competing for that total 60,000 USD prize pool. So obviously first place gets a whopping 11K, and then second place gets 8, third gets 6, fourth gets 5, and then fifth and 6th place gets 3.3. And then obviously just being the top dog of your team, you're going to get 1K to yourself as well. But take us through the regular season participation award and victory bonus as well, Sagi.
Of course, so in regular season, participation award for each of the series nets you $100 for both teams. That's split into half. So, for example, if DTE Gaming versus Toda is happening today, each walks off with $50 each for attending today's match. So, for victory bonus, it's up to $300. For the victory team, if you land a 2-0, you're going to be going back with a victory bonus of $300. But if you're walking back with 2-1, that's going to be downgraded to a slightly $200 plan.
I mean, imagine that, right? Like, you are walking into a best of 3, knowing that you could potentially just walk away with 350 USD, like, just for turning up and playing Honor of Kings. That's like, bro, honestly, if that's how rank matches worked, I think I'd be a millionaire.
Oh, definitely. If that's how rank matches work, I'll be so much more motivated to play rank. But for all these teams, looking for that 2-0 is definitely on their bucket list. And that's definitely what they want to do in today's match, looking for that 2-0. And of course, let's look at the current standings so far for the MKL. So right now, we have Nova Esports with a 5-0 in match series. No losses yet, only losing that one small game against Braxtrue Esports in their previous meeting. And on the second place, we have BSE and AG Global tied for 4-1. Team Secret are the 4th, DTE Gaming O2 tied for 5th and 6th, and Toda and Seoul Esports for 7 and 8. Looking at the standings, what are your thoughts so far, Blam?
I mean, honestly, are we surprised that Nova Esports are at the top at this point? Because, I mean, they were the Season 3 Invitational champions. They were able to take down a lot of the global teams and get right to the top and even survive some really, grueling ultimate battles at, Best of 7 series, which right now, at Best of 3, seems like a little bit of a doddle in the park at this point because they're used to, that grueling, very intense, very long series come through today. But we are going to be looking at the schedule today as well. And obviously, we've already gone through and alluded to it, but here it is for those watching at home. We have DTE going against Todak as well. First game of the day. O2 Esports against Team Secret. Again, another one I'm very much looking forward to because Team Secret has been pretty much a home brand for Honor of Kings since Season 2 Invitational. And then we have AG Global going up against Black Shrew Esports. A little bit of a kind of battle for the second place this far within the regular season.
Oh, definitely. Looking at the storyline so far for each of the series, right? So DTE and Toda, both looking to claw their way out of the bottom bracket, looking to firmly secure that top 6 for playoffs. And then you have O2 Esports as a Team Secret, right? Team Secret is currently ranked 4th in the MKL, looking to solidify their place and to testify that, hey, we have this new lineup. We want to make sure that this lineup works and slowly scale into playoffs, scale into that KWC slot, right? For O2, they just managed to clutch their first win, so they want to start from that momentum and slowly grind, slowly push towards to a secured 6th place, right? And for the highlight of the day, AG versus BSE for our 3rd series of the day. That is going to be the banger of the series, the main highlight of the day. That is going to be the battle for 2nd place. And Blair, what do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, I completely agree with that breakdown, but none of this would have been possible if it wasn't for our sponsor. So it is going to be Realme, the GT 14 5G series. It is going to be with the Snapdragon 6 Gen 4, a very long-lasting battery. It's got a largest VC cooling chamber as well. Empowers players to play and enjoy 120 FPS within Honor of Kings as well. Promises smooth, high performance, gaming experience, gaming. Pick up the Realme 14 series. I mean, this is what all the players are playing on right now, so it's clearly doing them the need and the due diligence that they need to play onto the Gorge as well, right?
Oh, definitely. Listening to all these specs, 120 FPS and the definition of a good cooling is definitely what Realme provides us in this modern world where, hey, everybody's playing MOBA, everybody's playing Honor of Kings. If you have this very good setup, you can play Honor of Kings in a smooth, high quality, no questions asked, definitely. But let's put our focus back onto the Heroes Gorge, the highlight of the day, AG versus BSE.
Yeah, but before we get into that one, we're going to take a look at the team lineup here as well.
Right, team lineup. Today we have DTE versus Toda, DTE Gaming, DTE BB in the mid lane, CM in the clash lane, Zun as their jungle, and Turtle as their farm lane, with Hao, D-Hao in the roamer.
Yes, and then over to Todak, we have Stay, we have Huai, we have Anda, we have Sadness, and then CCS into the clash lane as well. So these, obviously, Todak is one of the partner teams, and then DTE was one of the teams that actually played into the playoffs to get here, right?
Oh, definitely. So Todak is the partner team, and DTE Gaming clawed their way through the Open Series, clawed their way through the Open MKL qualifiers to make their way into the MKL so far. And I want to point out that Todak right here, right? Today they are not playing with Todak Turtle. Instead, they are playing with Hua. So that's something of a slight roster swap coming into their current lineup. But both teams, same storyline for today, same objective. They look to get their 2nd win of the MKL Spring Season 2025 in regular season.
Yes, and I mean, this is where we're going to start to see a bit of a clearer picture as well, right? We're going to see it in the head-to-head with these teams. And right now, we can see here that average KDA definitely goes over to the DTE. Same with total damage, even though it's not too far within the pale. Hero pool is going over to the fader of actually Todak Gaming here, and then First Blood rate is going over to DTE. So already painting a pretty picture for those viewers at home that we are going to be getting some of those like early game aggression from DTE Gaming, and then obviously we're going to be seeing some re-level, some quite clutch like level 1 invades potentially from this team as well, considering that their First Blood rate is 50%.
Oh, I do agree as well. Looking at First Blood 50% rate, it means that almost every game, giving them a 50% chance scoring that First Blood, it's actually a very immense number, a very immense odd to be in every series, right? So looking at these two matchups, and my expectations going to this is a full-on fledged out best of 3. DTE Gaming look to pull off themselves as the pre-known dark horse. Todak looks to push up their name, looks to make a statement of themselves. Hey, we're the invited teams here, so we gotta stop you in your tracks right here.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, DTE Gaming, they were very promising within the playoffs as well. So I was very excited to actually cover quite a few of those games. And they always kind of like seemed like the underdog then, and it's nice to see them actually carrying that same kind of mantle go through into the MKL spring season 2025. But honestly, they are 5th place at the moment, and Todak is honestly at their, I think their 7th position right now. But if Todak actually take this game from them, it's potential that could turn around the whole standings this far within it. But we are going to get into game 1, the BP right now, where we're going to start to see where these teams' efforts are coming through and then matchups come through as well.
And so far, Blam, DTE Gaming locking off their Luna, locking off their Dharma, and Todak replying with their early ban. So both teams here planting their early game draft here. DTE Gaming may be looking for that Dia early as their first, and Mai Shiranui as well for Todak as an answer. So we have to see Todak here banning out the Liu Bang as a respect ban.
Yeah, Liu Bang being banned out here. Again, it's not something that we've been seeing in the other leagues so much, especially in the best of 3 format. But DTE going with that typical Lung lock-in on the blue side, it means that obviously they're going to get to try and have that late game potential for this hero. But over the side of Todak, they could probably try and look in something like the Consort U we see sometimes, especially with her second skill, getting that physical immunity. But right now, I feel like they're going to try and lock in something that's going to be a little bit more better down into farm lane, especially with it being the first part of the draft as well.
Definitely. So Todak here locking in some picks, and it's going to be the Chano and the Yuhuan. So looking at the trend so far, both teams does not look like they are looking for the Dia nor the Mai Shiranui in this draft. Technically speaking, Dia lock in real quick. There we go. And Yi Xing, actually one of the underrated picks so far. It's very highly picked, but no one really focuses him in the banning stage. He's rocking a very high win rate, almost 65% so far. So right now, what does Todak answer with? Agudo setup, double healing setup coming in from Todak with Agudo and Yuhuan for their Chano.
Yeah, I mean, Yuhuan can be still flexed either into the mid lane or into support role, right? So I feel like that's a very good sort of first strategic pick for the side of Todak Gaming. And then obviously the Agudo, they've got me. I'm an Agudo stan. I mean, I love Agudo. I always play her in my ranked games. I'm absolutely infatuated with this pick. And obviously the double healing potential coming from both of these onto like Chano is going to be really interesting to see here. But Yi Xing is a non-familiar face to me. It is always a very prominent, especially within the West League that I've been covering as well. But it gives over a great amount of control, right? Especially with the Diadea. Trying to get the lockdown onto Chano, as we know he's quite a slippery marksman as well. That's where the interest is going to be for DTE.
Oh, definitely, I agree with you as well. So looking back at the bans, DTE Gaming locking out the ladies in, trying to minimize the mid pull I see, and the Nuwa as well for other side of Todak. They are looking to cut out these assassins that may harm the channel, that may be an actual threat to the channel. Mayin, Lam, both serves one purpose. Great engagers, great flankers, so both these picks are banned out to protect Chano, giving him a smooth and sailing 3-item power spikes at the 10-minute mark. When he hits that Daybreaker, that's when Todak actually comes online. So that's how DTE Gaming, right? You're looking at a draft where Dia Yi Xing, you're looking at a lot of crowd control, some healing, Yi Xing devours my board, making these big engage. So we gotta see like these two teams, what are they looking to cover for their 4th and 5th pick coming to this draft?
I mean, they still have the option of obviously the Mai Shiranui. It depends on where they're going to flex this Huan down to, because they could either be looking at support, they could be looking at a mid pick still within their last 2 picks, but they're going to lock into the Charlotte, up into the Clash lane here. Obviously, we've already been seeing and been talking about in the BP as well. They've already knocked out quite a few Titans into the Clash lane, especially the Dharma, the Lu Bang, as well as the Mayin. So honestly, over to DT Gaming, they could look at something maybe like the Sunset, which just gives a lot of presence onto the Gorge as well, especially with his set sail. Honestly, I felt like you were alluding to it, because all I heard was sail, and I was like, hang on, this is a green flag, but surely the Sunset's come through.
Oh yeah, definitely. So Guan Yu being locked in on the side of CM on the Guan Yu. He has had a very good performance coming in from week 1, using the Guan Yu, securing back-to-back flanks, and all grind coming in as well. So looking at DTE Gaming's draft so far, it's a very front-to-back draft with Guan Yu on the flank and 4 other players looking to fight in the front. And Toda locking in the Charlotte, but Charlotte into Guan Yu, not the best matchup for the Guan Yu. So this Guan Yu may be more looking towards these assisting plays, these roaming plays, prioritizing team play over his lane alone. So for Toda, you're currently missing a roamer or a mid lane, depending on where this Yuhuan wants to go, right? So the Mai Shiranui is still up on the table. Are you looking for an assassin, or are you looking for something more on the peeling side?
I mean, the Huan into the support role would make sense, right? It's going to be a lot more healing going over to the Chano in the early game, as well as obviously into the mid lane. It's going to be the Mai Shiranui that does come through here and going up against the Yixing, which is going to be really interesting, because if you look at DTE Gaming's draft, they have a lot of control. Oh, like even with just the Diadem and the Yixing, right? Like they have the World is my board, they have the Bit of Farewell, as well as her enhanced basic attack. So locking in the Mai Shiranui is going to be DTE's Gaming trying to set up these team fights to try and take down that assassin, because it also then denies the access into the backline, right?
Yeah, definitely. So I want to pick a picture for both teams, how they want to approach these 2 drafts, right? As DTE Gaming, you look at the Guan Yu. The Guan Yu's job is what? You're looking for Razor Cavalries onto the channel that, notoriously speaking, does not have much mobility aside from his flash. So looking for both teams' draft, right? Toda, you have this engaged setup. Same thing for both sides. They want to catch the primary cavalry, which is long, which is the channel. So, but yet again, DTE Gaming drafting themselves a very heavy comp surrounding this long, having this infinite vastness, capable of escaping tough situations. But aside on like Toda, Chano, yes, you do scale into such a beast in 3 to 4 items, but yet again, comparing these 2 heroes in terms of survivability and self-peel, DTE's Gaming draft does come up a bit of a notch, and a small fight comes through the mid lane.
Yeah, already getting a bit of a 2v2 into the mid lane. Again, I didn't think they were going to start that much early, like as a passive game, but we are getting Zunjun here, getting that Azure Golem off to the side of their own team, and it looks like the first blood is going to go through already, like we saw. 50% first blood rate already showing onto the Gorge for DTE Gaming.
Yeah, that's just sub 1 minute, and that's already first blood coming in from side of DTE Zunzun. And he cheekily stole away the Azure Golem for the side of Todak, so securing himself +1 buff for the start of this game. So that's a very major win coming side of DTE Gaming so far for this early of the series.
Yeah, I mean, Agudo, so Huawei on this pick is not going to have the best of times, right? Because, I mean, we love the Azure Golem onto the Agudo. It gives a lot of, obviously, mana regen, as also the cooldown reduction, which is pretty huge into those early invades into the lanes, right? But right now, DTE Gaming are definitely sort of like showing their presence and showing their names while on the Gorge this far.
Exactly, so both teams, they have their own precedence to protect. It's mainly a 1 damage output, Sadness on the channel, Che on the long. So both teams, right, they have their own goods and bads. But for the side of Toda, I want to highlight CCS and this Charlotte. Realistically speaking, who's going to be the side laner to handle this Charlotte when she goes to the Pure Sky, to the Axe of Torment? Oh, a small fight coming into mid.
Yeah, Stay looking like he doesn't want to stay there. He takes a lot of damage, but at the same time, we have CM and CC going head-to-head with the Clash lane, like you were pointing out there, Sagi. But it is going to be the 1v1 going over to the favor of DTE, which is going to give CM a bit of a clear green flag to go through with this one, right? Clear out the minion wave, try and get the teleport mechanic come through as well for himself. And then at the same time, Zun here into the enemy jungle once more. CC gets a kill after Sadness as well. The Flaming Palms connect and are doing a little bit too much damage for Chano at this point, but it's still another brawl coming through. We get the knockups from Mai Shiranui into the backline onto CC. It's not going to be enough. He gets taken down, but right, the win is not going to be enough to be keeping himself alive, and it's on to picking up the double kill overall.
Fabulous.
Oh my, DTE Gaming here, securing that kill in the top side, but yet again, they overexerted their pressure into the South Todak jungle, not respecting the 15% damage reduction from the jungle protection. So they took the bad end of the fight, risking two members of them, pulling back the gold lead to a 50-50 so far. And we've seen so far, right? Both teams, right? They have their own playstyle. But DTE Gaming, with their overaggression, you know, didn't really come out on top so far. So right now, both teams coming back to the middle point, and I want to talk about, right? Both teams protecting the president. Yeah, that's their goal, but if you can't really scale to that mid-game point, there's no president to be protecting per se.
Yeah, I mean, you can't continue being scrappy because neither of them are going to get the resources that they need. Everyone just can be constant into like a 5v5 team fight, like you were saying there, Sagi. They're not actually going to be able to get the resources that they need, but right now we're still seeing some more tip attack going through. Todak actually playing a really good, like, responsive, reactive game to DTE's a very aggressive early game.
Yeah, I do want to see what they have in store for the mid game. Are we going to see Todak stay on this Mahjong looking for these flash engages? Or are we going to see DTE's BB on this Yixing getting these perfect the world is my board? At 4 minute mark, the Tyrant has spawned. The first major objective has appeared in the game, and a gauge comes out.
Hope the gauge just come out. Oh, Stay is looking pretty low. He has to kind of try and stay to the backside of that team fight as the neutral objective is up. Doesn't look like there's going to be a clear sight onto the Tyrant just yet.
Yeah, definitely. So both teams playing it safe, making sure that they have sufficient time for their carries to scale into their power spike, and they're respecting each other's flanks. So on the side of Todak, you have to respect CM on these Razor Cavalry flanks. On the side of DTE, you have to respect Stay on this Maestro with these big engages. So they really have to play out this vision, and with that, Todak secures the first time of the game safely and soundly. So nothing too crazy going on with the game so far.
Yeah, I mean, the increased damage and obviously movement speed for the side of Todak is going to be pretty huge, right? But CM is definitely making sure work of this tier 1 up to the Clash lane, which really kind of just utilizes and enables the Guan Yu, right? Like, as soon as he gets that lane priority, he's going to have freedom to roam. But there we are. It is going to be the unending sorrow that does come through, but it is going to be the Death Precipice that does connect onto Stay. That is another kill going over to DTE.
Man, what a beautiful the world is my board coming in from DTE. BB, locking in Stay. You're making sure that, hey, you have so much mobility, but you're locked inside this board. None amount of mobility can get you out of this board if you're stuck in it. So props to him for getting such a beautiful engage. So right now, game is tied even 4-2. No major gold lead. I just want to see which team can prioritize their mid priority, win these 3v3 fights, make sure that they can put this priority, split it on, make sure that this pressure goes onto the side lane and see who actually breaks through the jungle first.
Yeah, and I mean, I like to give some kind of focus over to the side lanes as well, right? I mean, Chano is like ahead of level 8 of CC already, so we're really seeing those the oppressiveness of the Spirit Wolves come through as well. Like we saw towards the bot side of the map that CC was just trying to get out of there whilst these Spirit Wolves were just kind of biting at his ankles. It was kind of like, hey guys, just get away from me. I just want to get back to my T1. I want to be safe. But there was just no chance for them. So Todak, obviously, Sadness really well on the Chano so far in this game 1. Honestly, it's where it all starts to fall is when the side lanes, especially how battered they are on side DT, start bearing fruit. But hold up, Arda in there as well as Sadness would stay. The unending sorrow comes through once more, sorry. And there we are. Todak taking the T1 down into the farm lane.
Yeah, tier 1 going down, party in the bot lane for Todak, committing 5 members strong to the bot lane. Which that, probably a tier 1 goes down as well for the side of DT Gaming for the top side. Getting a trade, pretty good so far. Nothing too crazy as we need to speak for this early to mid game. Both teams looking head-to-head strong, not giving their space, looking to trade every part of the map. Pretty equal game so far, Blam. And I want to say so far, in terms of team fight, in terms of these setups, right? Both teams have these tools. The Gorge mobilization from Huahua's Agudo, the engage, the setup, the knockouts coming from Todak's Stay, right? So the question is, both teams, they have forward... coming in top.
No, Stay is gone down. How gets the kill there? And that is where the control of DTE Gaming is really going to be coming into these team fights thick and thin throughout this mid to late game.
Yeah, I do want to point out on these items as well. Oh, a Siege coming into mid, but items-wise, BB, being smart, being calm collected, finish the item, the Imperial item, the Venomous Staff to cut down so many healing on the side of Huahua, CCS, and on the triple healing that they have on the side of Todak. But yet again, who realistically is building this heal reduction, this Imperial on the side of Todak? You have Zunzun with the healing, you have Turtle with the healing, you have Hao with the healing. So where is the respect coming in from Todak to actually tackle this issue?
I mean, at that point, it's all about kind of like utilizing it in the right place, right? In the team fights. But like you were saying, the fact that got the Blazing Cape go over to CM as well, we're more than likely going to see on the Sun as well. On the Orgrin going into the Blazing Cape, one of his kind of like key items as you would build and itemize into him. But a takedown at the T1 into the Flash Lane is a good response because now it does mean that Guan Yu doesn't have as much of a safety net to return to up into the Flash Lane.
Oh, definitely. So this unlocks the potential for Todak, CCS, Charlotte to actually be a menace in the side lane and look for these flank angles. But yet again, it's the same for CM as well. So both side lanes going down, and for the side of Todak, they have dropped their mid tier 1. So this allows more space for DTE to actually invade the jungles from both sides, looking for more flank angles, making Sadness have a bit of a more worry coming to these team fights, right?
Yeah, it's safe to say that obviously DTE Gaming definitely have their kind of priority in the minion waves as well. Holding on that T1 into the mid lane is probably going to be very much their crown jewels at this point within the game. Second Tyrant going over to the side of Todak. Again, the extra damage and movement speed is going to only increase the aggression into these 5v5s.
Yeah, of course, definitely. So Overlord secured. Tyrant secured by the side of Todak, right? You don't want to be forcing fights before the 10-minute mark. Both teams just casually scaling, slowly waiting for the 10-minute mark where both teams are they going to fight for the Empowered Tyrant, or are they just going to shake their hands and share the objectives on top and boss side of the map?
Only time will tell, right? Only time will tell. And we're already seeing a little bit of trying to get the priority into the mid lane before those neutral objectives do come up. Anders just kind of getting that long-range poke, especially with the CC from the Hue-1. The Flaming Palms connect onto Wow. He's got to be very careful, but it is the Infinite Vastness that gets him out alive. Wall in my board being used there. More of a zoning technique at the side of DTE.
Half of passing here, almost getting Hua and forcing his Blood Rage out. That's major cooldowns on the side of both teams being burned out. But I do want to point out, not having Infinite Vastness for the upcoming big fight is definitely going to be a very big thing for the side of DTE Gaming. A very big issue to note out. Are they going to wait out the Infinite Vastness? Is Todak going to use this information to quickly start off the Tyrant that all these teams really prefer when it comes to both of these objectives, right? So, both teams looking for their flanks, CCS on the side. And so far, we have yet to see where is DTE CM. Is he on this flank angle, right? Where is he on the map so far?
He's looking around, right? He's going to be looking to try and get into the back line, but the Razor Cavalry there, we are seeing the CC's caught him out there, so he does have the vision onto CM, so he has to be careful, probably even try and reposition within this one.
Yeah, free Tyrant here going on the side of Todak here. Oh, CM goes in.
Yeah, bit of a mistake there. You just get the knockup from the Malaysia and Noise. CM actually gets a little bit of healing come through as well, but William aboard catches 2, catches 3, but it's not going to be enough to contain Todak as they get a double kill into the mid lane and get the T1 as well.
Yeah, DTE Gaming here not respecting the fact that Cheche does not have the Infinite Vastness. Zunzun here losing out on his primary core carry, Cheche on this long, not being able to do damage as he please, immediately getting punished for not having this cooldown. Oh, fight coming falls to mid.
Yeah, it's still coming through thick for the side of Todak as they're able to take down BB as well. This could be a game, match, and point for the side of Todak as they're trying to approach the crystal, right?
Yeah, it's a 3v5 situation. We're looking sure. Oh, Infinite Vastness goes in. A big dive.
Yep, Infinite Vastness, a bit aggressive. CC is going to go get taken down as well. That is not what you're going to need when you are TDE on the edge of the the loss here. It is going to be game 1 going over to Todak.
Wow, who would have thought Todak here pulling off first blood in the series, getting game 1 against DTE Gaming. A very calm, collected game, even though for the side of kills, right? The first few minutes we've seen DTE Gaming getting these first bloods, getting stealing with the Azure Golem, making a small, calm, collected lead coming to the early game, right? But Todak, Tyrant after Tyrant, securing even the Shadow Tyrant as well, pushing their lead, getting these big engages with the Maestro Nui, forcing this game into a very quick 11 minutes end.
Yeah, it was just like kind of like we were seeing a lot of tit for tat in the early game, and then obviously mid to late game. We didn't even get to the late game part, right? But the fact that they're able to get like 3 Tyrants, and I believe honestly over to the side of DTE, they weren't even like trying to focus on neutral objectives because in the early part of the game, the Overlord is kind of like a little bit of a downplay within that one. They didn't really need it because they had the the pressure into the minion waves. So they were really kind of trying to keep their eye onto that Tyrant. They lost it 3 times. Honestly, I feel like that was part of the downfall of DTE gaming within that best of 3 so far, because Todak just had all the things within their kits to do the increased damage, increased movement speed, but then also obviously the chain lightning effect as well, which really paid dividends into these team fights.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially I want to give props to Todak, making sure that, hey, you don't have Infinite Vastus on your main carry, which is the long on Churchill. We're going to punish you for that, and immediately we know that they immediately pull off the engage button after the Tyrant, utilizing the Tyrant buff, winning these team fights clean, calm, and collected. Props to Todak, really. And let's look around the items so far for this very fast game. And on the side of, really, Todak, he's yet to see a Imperial item, Venomous Staff, Blazing Cape, anything to stop the DTE's gaming healing. But to Todak, it doesn't really matter. They say that, hey, if we can burst you, we don't need healing reduction per se. So that's our game plan, and we committed to it. And yeah, DTE gaming, really reactive play so far coming in from their first game of the series. Maybe it's just a warm-up, but we'll have to see when they progress through this series.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, I gave props over to Todak, right? They kind of like, they met, it was kind of like two kind of like, the immovable force meets the unstoppable force meets the immovable objects, and that's what DTE were in the first part of the game. They were coming in, they got the first blood, they were able to get that, but then Todak was like, hang on guys, let me just kind of match you up blow for blow for that. And like he was saying, even though they had the anti-heal, Todak just had the damage. So what's good is the anti-heal if you can just burst your enemy team.
Yeah, exactly. And looking through the stats, we see 100% team fight rate coming in for the set of Todaks, Hua Hua, and Anda on the Agudo, on the Yuhuan. These two powerhouse of the healers really made sure that their team were top-notch in the fights, not dropping any single deaths up to the crystal, right? And with the side of DTE gaming, this Guan Yu doesn't seem to be really providing these key flanks that we're talking about. None of these flanks so far, these team fights so far, as we've seen this Guan Yu, CM on this Guan Yu, right? We haven't seen him get full of these amazing engages on the core carries of the side of Todak.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he didn't have the kind of setup he needed into the early part of the game. I mean, we saw that he was able to get the T1 into the clash lane quite early, which meant that he was able to kind of just put that pressure throughout the rest of the map. But honestly, into the team fights, there's just so much CC over the side of Todak and so much burst. It kind of just like didn't quite come into any kind of fruition. There was no like real opportunity for CM to shine on the Guan Yu.
Oh yeah, definitely. And let's check out the gold graph real quick. So nothing too crazy happening so far in the game up to the 7th minute mark, where Todak actually had their first big fight, forcing the Tyrant, getting 2 big Tyrants. And up to 10-minute mark, that's where the gold graph immediately plummets for the side of Todak, getting them a very good lead. For that point, Todak was like, hey, we got this Tyrant, you didn't want to contest this at all. And immediately, Dimash Janui getting that flash engage onto the Guan Yu, sending the team to oblivion and making sure that Todak gets to close this game quick, clean, and efficient.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a roller coaster, right? You was just waiting for that moment just to kind of either go up or go down. And unfortunately for the side of DT Gaming, it went down. It went to Todak. It went right down into around about a 4.8k difference within that one. And honestly, in terms of MVP, it could go over to anybody over the side of Todak Gaming, but it is going to go over to the Agudo. So, Huawei on this pick. Honestly, I feel like a proud dad at this point, having the Agudo MVP this time. First match I've casted within the MKL, and there's an Agudo MVP.
Maybe they heard your calling. Agudo heard your calling, and she's here to stay as the MVP of this current game. So Hua Hua rocking at 405 KDA, 24% damage dealt, 26 damage taken, and a total goal of 24%. A very equal stat so far, 1-to-1 ratio. Props to this man, picking the Agudo, making sure that his team was always available, putting pressure on the map. So definitely a well-deserved MVP for Hua Hua in this game.
Yeah, fast rotations, healings, and then obviously the knock-up from the ultimate as well. it not only kind of like creates a more of a 6v5 situation into a team fight, because obviously you have Verbal into the mix at that point, but then you've also got Agudo. She's able to kind of slip around with that second skill, but here we are. Is that first blood, right? Was obviously getting the Golem takedown. Anda gets the kill onto CC and then translates into a double kill later on onto BB. So Anda here, even though he's playing a support pick, was really aggressive with this Hue 1. Very much a front line that they needed within this draft.
Oh yeah, definitely, and that was the game's deciding fight just now, and a questionable Infinite Vastus being too aggressive here, sending himself to the grave. Nothing too crazy going on, but maybe that's not the wisest of Infinite Vastus we've seen so far in the tournament. So props to Todak for capitalizing that mistake and bringing the game to a 1-0 for Todak leading in this series. So right now, very fresh drafts coming in for today. The Maestro only doesn't seem to be these two teams' priority here. Usually if we've seen top teams or other leagues, they will really just put like, hey, Maestro is out, it's either on the ban or it's either first pick. So really questionable stuff or very new stuff coming in for today's draft. So talking about draft, let's hop right into game 2 draft, where we have DTE Gaming yet again banning out the Luna and banning out the Long, which they prioritized game 1 just now. And with respect then for Todak, they have banned out the Arlie. So that's 2 marksmen out for the marksman pool.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, banning out the Lung when you've taken it in game 1 is a bit of a strat here for DTE. But over the side of Todak, they still ban out the Ali, they ban out the Marco Polo. So again, 2 big picks onto the side of Todak taken down. But we are going to be getting that Dharma. So I was talking to you in the pre-cast, right, Sagi, about the Dharma being such a big priority here in MKL. So DTE is like, hey guys, we didn't have quite the best Guan Yu game in game 1. Let's stick with the guy with the golden fists.
Of course, Dharma here, a golden boy being prioritized for most teams for its amazing setup with the truth mantras, with the amazing engages, being able to one-shot these core carries. And Todak here replying with a Yi Xing and a Lian Po for its own. A very, very big engaged setup coming in for both teams, right? So for the side of DTE Gaming and Todak, the real question is, who are you going to draft for the marksman? So far, we've seen on the first rotation of the first 3 drafts, we have seen so far 3 marksmen being Arlie, Marco, and the Long being filtered out as the option. So the typical picks that we've seen so far for the blind pick will be the Direnjie, but the channel is secure here being locked in for the side. DTE Gaming states that we ain't gonna be falling too behind because we lost game 1, but instead we're gonna be playing this laning phase aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, with the Mulberry Power, you're going to be needing a marksman that has a lot of mobility, right? You can't have a marksman that kind of is be able to be stuck in, and I really think that the Lady Sun here is a really good pick, especially with Rolling Raid, trying to get out of the range of the Mulberry Power, and then obviously then return that damage come through as well. So yeah, the Lady Sun here, protect the President, is going to be the key for Todak Gaming once more, and honestly, paired with the Lian Po and the Yi Xing, there's already a lot of control, already a lot of zoning potential on the side of Todak.
Oh, definitely. Both teams here on the first 3 picks looking for these big team fights, big engages, large scale setups, right? And you know, as you say, protect the President, right? So far on the first 3 picks, both teams does look like they have a President to protect, which are their marksmen. With for Todak, it's the Lady Sun on Sadness. For DTE Gaming, it's Churchill on the channel. So for both these 2 teams, are they going to be picking up these secondary carries in the jungle or the clash lane? Or how are they going to formulate this draft? So for the following bans, Todak further banning these engages on the side form. Them is going to be Monkey and the Agudo. For DTE Gaming, it's going to be the Mayin +1. So both teams have the same idea on how they're going with this for the draft plan.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Sakia obviously gives over a lot of vision as well. This pick can obviously fly between brushes, so very mobile, able to actually get quick rotations from mid down to the bot side of the map, because we probably are going to be seeing a little bit of a 1v1 very much early on between both Sister and Sadness once more. But what they really need off to the side of DTE is probably more CC for me, especially into the mid lane. Maybe look at something like the Princess Frost, maybe even the Lady Chen, because they're going to need to have like that massive AoE that's either going to do a lot of damage or slow down the side of Todak for a big engage.
Yeah, and looking at that, Todak here locking in a lane, further pushing the fact that they want to get this dive on Churchill's channel. We're not letting this channel have such a comfortable game. You're not getting as much peel as you're looking for. So DTE Gaming here, right? You ban out so many of these clash lanes, right? You ban out so many of these backline flanks. What can you further pick to protect this crown jewel boy channel from successfully getting 3 items and 4 items, then progressively scaling to carry these big team fights, right? So right now, you have so many to answer. You have the Death as Sunset by Elaine, you have the Lian Po, but the answer is going to be a hyper-aggressive mid-jungle for Pei and Mai Shiranui. So that fixes the issue, right? If you want a focus channel, sure, we have Pei as a secondary carry, we are just fine with that. But on your side, Toda, you gotta figure out who's realistically going to be protecting your Lady Sun, because I'm coming in hot with that Dharma Truth Mantra, with that Mai Shiranui, with the flash engages, so you gotta figure out, man.
You got to figure it out, but at the same time, I already think that Todak's got a bit of an answer to the Dharma here, especially the Lian Po. Again, you got the barge, you've got the magma slam, you've also got the tremor smash as well that can really kind of upset the whole kind of dictation of CM on the Dharma. But honestly, DTE was like, you know what, forget your control, we're just gonna go full burst, and we needed some more damage over to the side of Todak, and the only way here fitting in with a lot of burst damage, the Leap of Fury trying to catch out those slippier heroes onto the side of DTE Gaming is gonna be what they need from this Dion Wei.
And especially Blam, with the damage, yes, that's definitely true.
Yep.
And also have DTE Gaming, right? You have like 3 knockups, realistically. And Todak drafting that Dian Wei, knowing the fact that, hey, you have knockups, my full spell set cleanses me of any crowd control I receive. So, yet again, this Dian Wei is a very, very good answer pick coming aside from Toda as their last pick. A very well invested last pick. But yet again, we have to see how these two teams execute their team fights, formulate their big engages, big team fights. And as well, Toda, you have only one president, which is the Lady Sun. So how are you going to protect her with all these engages coming in from DTE Gaming?
Yeah, I mean, they've got to set up a good front line, right? They've got to really expect that these team fights are going to go over to the favor of Toda Gaming. And honestly, from that game one, you can see that they have the source within the team, right? Like, they can definitely go brawl for brawl within these 5v5s. And this draft kind of only enhances them.
Oh yeah, definitely. And game 2 between Toda and DTE Gaming commences with maybe a Zunzun trying for a cheeky invade, but being spotted up by Anda. So nothing too crazy going on, securing the middle river sprite with the flash. Alright, he got it without the smite. That's actually very good for a side of Zunzun. Without utilizing the smite, he can actually progress his jungle even quicker at this point. And Sadness here being punished with the Mowbray flash. Ooh, big poke.
Yeah, I got the Mowbray power and then obviously the flash in there as well. But that does mean the side of DTE Gaming, the How doesn't actually have his flash for quite some time. So he's already expanded it. That means that it's kind of like a green light for the side of Toda to be like, hey guys, we got the intel. He's burnt out that flash. Come down quick.
Yeah, come down quick, as if, let's say, How really blunders for the next few minutes, he's gonna be in for a big deal, being punished by all these kills. So, Mowbray power here misses by a small margin, but nothing too crazy so far coming to the early game, where DTE is still showing us the 50% first blood rate is really why it's supposed to be, right? With all these crazy engaged plays, crazy early game plays. I think that's just the identity for DTE Gaming. They love to play these aggressive early games.
Yeah, get into the mind of your opponents, right? Like, hey, you think you're going to have a really easy game with that draft. We're going to just kind of like turn it up in the early game and catch you off guard. But that's the thing that Todak did in the last game, which was completely commendable, was like, okay, we got caught out, but we're going to react to it. And that's exactly what they need to do in this game too, if that is going to be the stated strategy here for DTE. But right now, in terms of the gold, it is going over to the side of DTE Gaming, not by a lot, but it's still a little bit of an early advantage here. But I feel like it's just down to Pei at his fast rotations.
Oh yeah, flash engage here barely misses on the side of BB here. A very good respect flash coming from Stay to really save himself from danger, and a cheeky steal in here coming in from Zunzun, taking away the camp from the side of Toda. So this is how you really build like these small leads coming to the early game, these level leads, and a small trade here coming to the bot side. Nothing too crazy. Ultimate get by Turtle, but you know, nothing too crazy going on so far. And yeah, that's like both teams' identity, right? You want like your Zunzun, your secondary carry, the tempo maker with BB to really bring your team to the mid game. For side Toda, you want Stay, you want Anda, looking for these big engages while CCS flanks the backline. So you have to see how these two teams really bring it towards the mid game.
Nope, that Trevor Smash being committed here. Does get the knock up onto How, but he's able to get the Mowbray power to kind of drive them away, which is another good point of the Sakia pick, right, is the fact that even if you get that huge engage and you survive it, you can get the kind of like the CC back to try and drive them away, because at that point, when somebody's knocked up into the air, that's when like DTE's BB could try and come for a fast rotation, get another knockup, and then you kind of just suspended in that same spot for too long, and then that's when all the damage comes through.
Oh yeah, especially in the early game, you might not have so much damage to take out secure, so much mobility, so much healing, right? So really, Toda has to find a way to capitalize on D channel. Right now, he does not have flash for the upcoming 90 seconds, so that is including the Tyrant fight they're going to have. So that will be a very big window of opportunity for Toda to actually capitalize on this channel without flash.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, we do see the sprint obviously being committed to CC as well, up into the clash lane as well. So he cannot kind of run away, cannot kind of chase as well, give chase to the enemy team. But already we've seen a big setup here down to the bot side of the map. Obviously, neutral objective is up in a few moments. It looks like Stay may not be staying around for this neutral objective fight. That is first blood going over to DTE.
Has been defeated.
Yeah, like we just explained so far, DTE, knowing that your main carry does not have flash, immediately they pull the trigger with Stay, knowing the exact timing that Stay does not have flash, capitalizing the fact that, hey, you don't have flash, you can't play so aggressive in front of a Maestro Nui. And he gets punished, and that's first Tyrant with a 1k healthy gold lead coming out of DTE Gaming for the first 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, very aggressive, very promising setup here for DTE in game 2 of this best of 3, but CC looks very low. The Tremor Smash actually connects onto 3, but there's nobody to answer the call onto the side of Kodak. No damage coming through.
Yeah, tunnel vision here coming from Anda. Yes, that was a beautiful 3-man engage, but there was no follow-up. The Dianwei was not here, Elaine was not here, even the Yixing was just freshly back from base. So
yeah,
I think that was an aggression here coming in from side of Anda, and that's going to be paid off potentially by the bottom tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, the 3v2 down here is not looking too hot for them. I mean, we do see that Satis is able to clear out the minion wave, though, so a bit of a Hail Mary for the side of Todak so far. But like you were pointed out a bit earlier, Sage, is the fact that I've got around about a 1.3k gold lead, which is going to be the kind of setup that Sun Tzu needs onto this pay, especially trying to get the Axe of Torment come through. I believe probably itemization-wise at level 10, he should already have that item. That means kind of his go-to, especially with the squishy heroes onto the side of Todak.
Oh yeah, definitely. So right now, 5 minutes in, bottom tower for the side of Toda is looking unhealthy, and that might be the main quadrant that DTE Gaming is looking to attack. We might be seeing a full-on rotation here coming in for the side of bot lane, just waiting on the side for CM, looking for these big engages, getting this bot tower, further allowing them to open up this map, going for these like big steals on the buffs, right?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't only just open up the map, right? It puts a lot of pressure onto Saturnus, because if you look at Saturnus, he's level 8, so CC's level 9 as well, and overall gold lead is only about 100 gold difference between these two. But in terms of how this lane looks in terms of pressure, we see that CC's able to get that T1 down to the bot side of the map. Stay looks pretty low already, so they can't really take the fight just yet into the mid lane.
Oh, and Stay goes down to Secure's Firefight field. He was not looking at all, and he got taken down with a cheeky Firefield placement. And with all these helpers going so low, that might be tier 2 for the bot side as well, coming inside from Toda. Oh, but there was no creep, so they're safe for the day. But their mid lane, though, under fire, and if mid lane goes down in a professional game, that's gonna be a lot of mad pressure being filled out for the side of Toda. They're gonna have a lot of pressure to deal with right now.
Oh, a lot of pressure, but we know that Todak can actually come back from pressure as well, right? Because pressure creates diamonds, and they got a diamond in that first game, but right now getting some picks up onto Arda, taking a lot of damage. He's already half health, and he's not even in the team fight. William aboard catches out 3 of them. We do see the death on Sunset into the backline as well, trying to catch out the side of CC is going down, and then BB is able to take out Arda. We do get the Mulberry Power onto Stay. Stay goes down. CM with the kill, double kill going over to BB as well. That is almost a team wipe. Wah is just in the mid lane, just like, guys, I'm sorry you've had to go through a slaughter. I'm trying to get a mid T1 right now as they're approaching the higher ground turrets.
Wow, that was amazing and beautiful teamfight execution coming from DTE Gaming. They lost Tuta, no problem on that, but immediately the follow-up engage coming from BB, CM, and How, utilizing knockups after knockups, capturing the backline of Toda. Mulberry Power follows a beautiful truth mantra coming in from the side of CM, securing the final blow of the team fight, securing, yet again, a 5,000 gold lead in 7 minutes in for the side of DTE Gaming. And a quick replay coming in, so let's check out what happens. So, you know, very good Worlds by board, capturing 4 members side of DTE Gaming. And Lane getting a perfect kill on the side of Turtle with this follow engage right here. CM getting a Truth Mantra, follow up Mulberry Power on the side of Todak, immediately annihilating any chance Todak has for this team fight.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely well played there by the side of DTE, right? They were just kind of zoning, they had the control, they knew what was going down, especially even with like CC going into the back line, they were not scared. They was like, right guys, he's locked in here with us, we're not locked in here with him, and then just completely like run him down in terms of health. And that's what's kind of made this surmountable kind of 5k gold league over to the side of DTE Gaming, which is not where you want to be, like you were saying early, Zagi, in this about 8 minutes going into that 9-minute mark.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially losing out that mid tower, losing out that ball inhibitor. That's going to be causing so much pressure in terms of the map, in terms of the jungle. Hua is going to have a very tough time getting all these jungle resources here with this 6,000 gold lead. DTE Gaming is just going to treat the jungle of Toda like their home.
Oh, absolutely. They're owning it, right? They got the T1 up at the clash lane as well. They're just looking to try to apply that same kind of pressure. Travis Smash committed into the backline. Oh my gosh, BB going into Todak Gaming's backline as well, getting a double kill onto Anda, repaying back that disrespect of game 1 from Todak. Anda getting a double kill onto him in the early game.
Man, BB with the Maestro Annoyance is diabolical with these engages. Instantly gaining access to the backline of Toda, annihilating Sadness and stay from any potential of actually committing to these team fights here. And if you're looking at it, DTE Gaming calm collected, just taking out this tier 3 on the side of Todak's top lane, making sure calm collected, we're gonna secure this 10-minute objective and then we're gonna close out the game. Nothing too crazy going on for DTE Gaming, calm, collected, and planned. And a 1v1 coming through the bot saying,
yeah, we did get Death on Sunset a little bit too sort of overzealous there, and BB gets the kill onto CCS, and it's all pretty much night-night from that point. Oh, it looks pretty low as well on the Dion Way. Honestly, the Dion Way pick hasn't actually been that fruitful for Todak Gaming this time around.
Yeah, definitely. Especially we haven't seen fights at all with Hua involving it with this Dianwei pick. So far we've seen it's always a less number fight for side DTE Gaming, capitalizing the fact that we see Hua on the map. Immediately knowing that there's a lesser person advantage, they immediately pull the trigger, immediately engaging on the side of Toda Esports.
Yep, we're just seeing the World Board being committed here, just trying like basically just put down a bit of pressure to try and keep that T2 alive into the mid lane. It's not going to be enough for the side of DTE Gaming to be deterred away. They get the T2 as well. So now it's looking like it's just a bit of a calm before the storm for this. We do have minion waves on all 3 lanes being pushed through up to the top side and farm lane as well, seeing that CM is just kind of shepherding it through.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how Toda manages this upcoming wave that's going to be crashing in the next upcoming 10 seconds. If they can pull this off and make a miracle comeback or Hail Mary play, we might see a Toda comeback, but this is too much of gold to be comeback, and they are looking on the last tier 3 of Todak's base.
And there it goes. He calls it straight away. Zagi gets that high ground turret taken down as well. Just plays vocals. It's just that powerful for the side of TDE Gaming. But like you were saying there, the fact that they're 40k gold, and obviously Todak are down around about 7k gold difference, and all lanes are pushed, they are pretty much hard to get out of the base. And right now, we see the DT Gaming's like, you step out of the base, we're just going to punish you. And they're going down once more. And that's one of the big front lines for Todak Gaming going down already.
Yeah, the big front line Anda going down on the Lian pole. And this wave is coming through right now. And Todak, you might have to prepare for these crazy engages that's side of DTE Gaming that's going to be pulled through the moment the minion enters.
Yeah, no, we're just another zoning world. My board being committed there. Also, the Death on Sunset once more, but it's not going to be enough to stay. Stay goes down, and it's just all down to Wawa at this point, and just into the backline. CCS is just on his saving grace as they're getting to game 2, going over to DTE Gaming. We are getting that full best of 3.
Full best of 3 indeed. Blam, 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 blam. That was a beautiful game 2 being played out on the side of DTE Gaming. Nothing too crazy going in the mid lane, but BB showing us why this Maestro Nui is a top pick, is a top ban, making all these early plays, early engages, snowballing his team to a very healthy lead. And the fight at the last, CM with the Dharma, making sure that you pick the single carry. My only job on the Dharma is to make sure that single carry, Lady Sun, Sadness on this Lady Sun, cannot play the game at all.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't enough catch out for the Mai Shiranui, right? Like, as soon as kind of BB was into the back line, there was no stopping him because, wow, in most of those team fights was not even, like, present. He was kind of just like, when we saw the whole team get wiped down to the bot side of the map, he was just trying to push that T1 into the mid lane. So, honestly, there was no slow. There was no kind of, like, burst damage going over to BB. He just had free roam in this game, too.
Yeah, definitely free roam from BB in this game too, rocking a 10-0 for KD with a smooth 9,000 gold. And to be honest, right, I want to point out that for the side of Toda, usually the mage has to buy this venomous stuff in their early game, but it doesn't seem to be the case since they are not respecting the mulberry power, the healing coming in from the Sakir. So maybe that's something they want to look into to further fix their game tree approach, right? For the side of DTE Gaming, a very well thought out draft. They executed cleanly with the engages, with the follow-up, with the tempo that they set. Props to DTE Gaming, a very beautiful game 2 that they have showcased so far after a game 1 defeat to Toda.
Yeah, I mean, even with such a sort of passive approach on the Chana as well, right? Like 019, he was there just to kind of like give vision with his Spirit Wolf traps, and then also do some damage over time. Like we saw him many times against CCS. Like he would try and dive into the back lines, he would trigger a trap, and then all of a sudden he would get just run down by these Spirit Wolves. And you can see here on the damage dealt, he was second place in overall damage dealt CC here with a 60.8k, and then obviously BB had to take the top spot. Right, honestly, he was just always in the thick of it, doing so much damage.
Definitely BB with the Kacho Sen, making sure before any fight happens, he's going to be poking down these members on the side of Toda with no magic resistance, making sure that their health bars are low, then immediately if we see a 50% or lower, the engage comes through and immediately demolishing any hopes of Toda in the team fight. But I want to point out as well, Hua on this DM wave with a 0% team fight rate. It seems to me that since we've seen so many of the fights except for the last fight, Hua was not really involved in these team fights, and that's a very crucial point I want to point out, right? If you reveal information of you appearing on one side of the map against this hyper-aggressive team from DTE Gaming with so many engage potential, you're gonna be welcoming a very big engage on 4 other of your teammates. Like, hey, you show on the map, immediately we're gonna engage on you.
Yeah, I think it's because the fact that obviously Todak Gaming didn't have quite the greatest early game there, right, as well. So the Dion Wei starts to fall away at the waist at that point. Like, he's normally there to kind of like soak and do a lot of the burst damage, but not having that great early game, not having the lead that he needed, kind of meant that he had to try and compete with like gymnasts into that team fights, right? Like he had Chano going up with a solid signal, he had Mai Shiranui flipping around the place, he had Pei flipping around the place, he had no way, his head was spinning, so he just thought, you know what, spare myself the headache, I'm not even going to go and attempt to actually take into the team fights, but here's the gold graph.
But gold graph indeed, with a steady 10,000 gold lead for DTE Gaming in a round of an 11-minute game as well for the game 2 between DTE Gaming and Toda. So both games really ending after the first objective for the series, right? Will that be the same for game 3? We don't know. We definitely want to find out. Maybe it's going to be pushed towards the Tempest. But for this game specifically, DTE Gaming showcasing us how scary it is to pick the Mai Shiranui, to pick the Pei on the same team. The tempo is so quick, so deadly, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of replicating what we see in some of the other leagues, right? Especially with the Byron and Pei combo that we've been seeing quite a lot, get a big kind of win rate. The Mai Shiranui and the Pei kind of emulate that same kind of thing. Access into the back lane, super duper aggressive. But the MVP for game 2 is going to be none other than BB 10-0-4. Shoo! Guy went on a no death run.
Yeah, sheesh indeed. DTE BB, 0 deaths with rocking the 10 kills, 26% damage dealt, 22% damage taken, and a total of 20% gold. This man has been involved in most of the fights, including the setups, including poke. From start to finish, he was always there, showcasing why this Mai Shiranui is one of the top pick, the top ban of MKL spring season, regular season.
Yeah, he was poke, prodding the bear, and there was just no bear to kind of like, there was no bear within Todak Gaming in this game. Like, they just took the poke-ins, they looked like they admitted they liked it, maybe it tickled them a little bit, and then obviously it was the thing that meant that the TDE was able to get the victory in game 2. We're going to see in these highlights here how effective this Mai Shiranui pick was for the side of DTE Gaming.
And this was the first fight that we've seen so far. DTE Gaming capitalizing on these mistakes here coming from Toda, missed positions one after another. And this is the big fight. Although they lost the channel from the world is my board. But look at CM here. Immediately looking for this big angle, 2-man engage Truth Mantra onto Merciless, and then
huge
Turtle. Huge engage follow-up from Hao. The Mulberry Power Flash was immediate, knowing the fact that he can follow up on CM's Truth Mantra.
Yeah, honestly, obviously CM in that game 1 looked like a fish out of water. I honestly feel like his teammates have just got him back into the tank. It was like, guys, we need him back in water. We need him flapping around, doing what fish do, taking whatever they need within their tank. And that's exactly what happened there, especially on that Dharma, like you saw the catch out there into the bot side of the map. But here, once more, is how with the sort of like the oppressiveness of the Fireflies for this here as well, right? Like, Stay thought he got out alive, and then all of a sudden the Fireflies just fly straight back on top of him, do a lot of damage, and then it's bye-bye to Stay.
Yeah, bye-bye to Stay as well. And Stay is not here to stay. But will the victory stay with Todak, or will the victory stay with DTE Gaming? We'll have to find out in Game 3. But so far, we're looking at a very bombastic Game 1 and Game 2 with a very high tempo for both teams. Game 1, we've seen Todak, three Tyrants. It literally just ended the game right off the bat. And Game 2, same thing as well. DTE calm collected, pulling off these insane engages into the early game. And if you look at the top right corner, DTE Gaming is on the red side, while Todak, being the losers of Game 2, they get to pick sides, which is the blue sides. So blue sides does give you more options, right? Now, right now, both teams, they do not have the Maestro Nui, so both teams does seem to be having a more priority onto the early pick, which is what I want to focus on later on to the draft plan.
Exactly. I mean, for those viewers, especially newer viewers as well, the reason why they can't pick the hero 2 times in a row is because we're now operating under the global ban pick as well. So this was something that was introduced in the KPL in 2018, but now since Season 3 Invitational, it is what we've been adjusting to within Honor of Kings Global Esports. And honestly, it's definitely shaking things up. And that's what it's going to do in this Game 3. It's going to shake things up because we're now 3 games in. That's a lot of heroes gone, as you can see right now.
Ooh. That's a lot of heroes gone indeed. Mainly the marksman. The pool is getting smaller and smaller as we speak. So definitely DTE Gaming, knowing for a fact that if you choose blue side, you're definitely looking for the early. So that's early right off the bat being banned out for the side of DTE Gaming. And for Todak, with CM's masterclass of a Dharma performance, throwing down that Mayin into the ban. So right now, both teams, what are we looking at? What are we cooking? Tell us more, Blam.
I mean, it's definitely got a permanent position into the banning phase, right? Both the Mayin and the Ali. None of these teams want these huge picks to come out, especially even now going into that 3rd game of this best of 3, when the hero pool down into the bottom side of the map is becoming a lot more kind of like thinner. So now we're going to be seeing hopefully the likes of maybe even Marco Polo, D-Ranger. Again, a little bit of a difference here from the league that I've been following compared to MKL is the D-Ranger has not really been coming out so far within these best of 3s, where it was kind of very prominent within the West League from what I was covering. But right now, we could come through. Game 3, they definitely need sort of like one of the better heroes into the farm lane to come through to try and bear fruits for these victories. But it's going to be the idea going over to Todak in this last game of the series. They've been storing up this pick clearly since Game 1.
Of course, definitely Diadea being one of the most prioritized roamer picks right now in this patch. High healing, high setups, and being able to steal gold. And the Renjie that you were talking about being locked in for the side of DTE Gaming alongside with the Monkey. So a very solid setup, a very solid blind pick setup coming in for the side of DTE Gaming, especially Monkey's main counter being DMY being already picked off by the side of Todak. So the counters are getting lesser and lesser for the side of Todak. So for the marksman choice, what are we looking at for Todak?
I mean, they could still go for something like the lung, right? I believe that Todak don't have the lung. Yep, there we go. They've got the lung, and pairing it with a Ganamo, that's a lot of burst damage, honestly. So yes, Monkey is going to be that tanky fellow that he needs to be for the side of DTE. But if Todak just get the position in, if Sadness and Stay on these 2 picks are able to kind of stay safe, but also deal a lot of damage into the backline, Todak could be onto a very sort of scary draft here.
Of course, definitely. So for the side of Toda on the first 3 picks, we've seen lots of damage, lots of long-range poke. For the side of DTE Gaming, we have a bit of a Monkey and Nua situation, right? Some long-range engage paired up with some long-range artillery, looking to match the range of Gamo and Long on the side of Toda, right? On the side of DTE Gaming, they have banned out the Dharma, they have excelled with on Game 2. And for Toda, banning that Mozi, pretty sure that if if Long or Gamo gets caught by the Cannon Blast, they're immediately going to be engaged on and sent to the Fountain. So a very interesting ban coming from Toda, very good respect ban, and Guan Yu and Dharma being banned out from DTE Gaming further signals that, hey, any form of engage is not welcome to the DTE backline. So we are sending these 2 picks into the bans.
Yeah, honestly, over to the side of Todak, though, they still have the likes of the Byron, so I think that's probably the pick they're going to go for there, especially pairing up with something like the Diadea, right? Obviously, bit of a world's great single target CC. Byron not only gives access into the backline, he also has the suppression and the knock-up as well within his kit, so again, just means that Ganemo with a couple blades stay will have a very happy game if he's able to get sort of that early game lead that he needs, get those items come through. Those freshly forged blades are definitely going to be hitting onto the squishiest side of DTE Gaming. Obviously, Nua, very squishy, both as well as the D-Ranger, unless he gets into the late game. Yeah. But the Dolly coming through here is a bit of an unsuspected one, but kind of makes sense, right? Like, you're going to have quite like 2, you could go for 2 Annihilations. You could go for, obviously, Dream Roam to be very aggressive to start the engage, but then Dream Roam out of there. But then it could also be setting up their Clash lane, right? They could be looking at maybe potentially the lane for their Clash lane.
Oh, definitely. Lots of picks, lots of choices coming from DTE Gaming with this Dolia that they have picked on the 4th pick. So maybe the Dolia does fit on these teamfight purposes, double Annihilation, double Dream Roam, or even double Gold Card for South D-Ranger in the farm lane. So looking at the farm lane matchups, we're definitely looking for a very, very lane bully sort of matchup. And that's the Wukong being locked in for the side of Todak here, Blam. Wow, is this Honor of Kings S3 or what?
It's something, right? Honestly, I haven't seen Wukong enter the Gorge for quite some time, but I'm super duper hyped about it. Again, it's just another hero that needs a good early game, though. So, honestly, we don't want to be seeing that same kind of performance from Huahua onto the Dion Wei. We need to see a big aggression from this Wukong play, right?
Oh, definitely. So Todak here, the Sun Ce pick is actually a very good last pick for the side of Todak to further enhance their team comp, right? Yeah. Right now, you have a lot of poke, you have a lot of burst, but who in reality is going to pull the trigger to land these big team fights, land these big engages, right? So locking that Sun Ce really makes sense. And a Fuzi being a counter pick as their 5th pick on the side of DTE Gaming. This Fuzi, right? Realistically speaking, right? If we're looking at a Fuzi side lane, I don't think anyone on side of Toda is capable of really defending against this Fuzi if he hits that 2 or 3 item mark when he's split pushing. Bam.
Yeah, the split push potential from the Futsu is going to be pretty strong for the side of DTE Gaming. But honestly, you can see the kind of effect that it's got, right? Like, they're going to really be trying to funnel with the Nua. They're going to try and make sure that they get stay into the right situation. And then CM comes out of nowhere, uses the ultimate, locks him down into place, and then just kind of goes ham on him. Because where's the couple blades are going to be really, like, less effective at a close range distance as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. So right now, stakes are high. Both teams are looking to secure their 2nd win of MKL Spring Season 2025 regular season. Game 3 between DTE Gaming and Toda is live, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get into the conclusion of this best of 3, right? And honestly, both of these teams want it because, like we were saying in the introduction, that obviously right now it is I believe, yes, Todak Gaming are obviously ahead in terms of their situation within the regular season so far, and they're looking very low at this point as well, using the Ride the Waves just to kind of deter Hao from the kill.
A very good DTE Zunsun here, respecting the fact that Huahua on this Wukong capable of stealing with the buff, with the execution on the spell too. So he pulls off, make sure his teams come first, and Toda on the initiative side being punished for not respecting it, and Anda being forced out the flash. And so far, laning phase is still pretty good on the side of DTE Gaming. So if we were to look at how we want to paint the picture for both teams, right? On the side of Toda, you have a very standard team comp. Everybody goes in with Toda, Huahua, with CCS on the Sun Ce, on the Wukong. Look for these big backline engages, and a cheeky 2v2 here comes onto the bot lane.
Yeah, just a bit of tit for tat going on, right? They're just trying to kind of contest the Phoenix go through for either of those teams. I believe it was actually Todak that got the last hit onto it, thanks to the Flaming Palms. But yeah, like you were saying, they're just going to be looking for a big access into the backline, right, for the side of DTE. They're going to be really relying on the Monkey with the Dream Roam. So Zunzun needs to be sort of like very proactive with that ultimate. But at the same time, CM with Sage's Might is going to be the great lockdown that they need into the backline. So we're going to be keeping, my eyes are going to be on those two picks into these team fights.
Especially, I do think that this CM on this Fuzi pick is definitely going to be looking down to lock Hua Hua on this Wukong, right? And on the other members, realistically speaking, right, I don't think Todak before 2 to 3 items on low and stay is capable of taking down Zunzun on this Monkey. So both teams, they definitely have their specific game plan. DTE Gaming, they want to ride on this early wave on Direnjie. Scale well, these two items, Spark Force Dagger, fight comes down to the bottom.
Yeah, Wawa is into the bot side of the left onto Hao, but it's not going to be enough damage as he leaps on and tries to get out there with a big 3-man rotation from the mid side. So a good counteraction there from DTE Gaming, came in at the right time.
Yeah, DTE Gaming there, pull off the plugs immediately, just backing off when time matters. They don't want to falter the early game as they should be the strongest in the early game right now. A very good stun coming in from the side of DTE Hao, but nothing too crazy here for both teams. And I want to jump back right into a discussion just now, right? So DTE Gaming, you're banking on this Direnjie pick, right? To hit this 4-item mark. The 2-item mark, sorry. Sparks Force Dagger and the Doomsday. And then look to carry these team fights, get these turns on the side and then engage coming to the bot lane.
Okay, yep. Coalescence has come through there as well. We do see a bit of a pushback there, thanks to BB, just trying to keep them away from both from CC and Hao there. But you can kind of see what Hao's trying to do with the Dolly pick, right? He's just there trying to sponge the abilities from the Lung so that CC doesn't have to actually deal with it. And then the healing comes through from the Ode. So you can kind of see where that tactic coming through from the side of DTE, playing very defensively on the Dolia. Gotta be careful though, 3-man rotation here.
Yeah, 3-man rotation indeed, and just through the laning phase itself, Todak is rocking a 1,000 gold lead already 3 minutes into the game right now, Blam. So right now, we're looking at this 1,000 gold lead, right? And it's definitely gonna matter into this 4-minute Tyrant. Is DTE Gaming looking for these big team fights, already allowing more time? Emerges going to the bot lane, but it's cancelled off by BB. So back to the main thing. Churchill extremely low here, and this tower might be falling down.
Yeah, gotta be careful. I mean, this is the thing, right? This is where the couple blades are really gonna start to hurt, especially now that Stay's level 6. He's gonna have at least maybe potentially 1 item come through, probably the Scepter of Federation come through so far, but now they're trying to set up this neutral objective for the side of Todak. A lot of damage come through already. We see that Wawa's trying to get in and commit the smite, but he's not able to get it. It's actually gonna be Todak that gets it. Set sail onto the back line, onto Hao as well. He's gonna run, but he is only a Dolia. He can only escape as fast as a mermaid can out of water.
Yeah, big win here coming from Todak here, securing 1 kill onto the roamer of the side of DTE Gaming, plus the blue buff, plus the Tyrant. Sadness here being caught out.
Bit of a payback there. Zunzun gets the kill onto Sadness, so that's a lot of damage already gone down to the side of Todak, and they're looking for another kill. CCS is just getting out with barely as much health as he can. I mean, honestly, he looked like he was dead, but the Annihilation not quite in the same position it needed to be.
Yeah, not quite as well for DTE Gaming. A bit of a return kill from DTE Gaming. Just a consolation prize. Right now, Todak rocking that 2,000 gold lead already here. So we have to paint a picture a bit for DTE Gaming, right? You definitely need the Fuzi to be a force to be not reckoned with into the side lane. He needs these items. He needs at least 3 items, right? These 3 item setup, make sure he's definitely this side lane bully. No, if anyone goes to attend a team fight, he's gonna be on this side lane, forcing the side lane pressure. And for the side of Todak, right now you have Stay. He's had the Scepter, and that's a big poke onto Churchill. And that's the thing, you pick the Direnjie, but you're against this long-range artillery mage. That's gonna be definitely a tough time for you on this Direnjie.
Exactly, you don't know where the couple blades are coming from, right? Like, you could just be happy as Larry in your lane, and then all of a sudden, like, you're down to half health, and like, hang on, what happened there? And then it's just a couple blades come through, but right now, we are seeing a bit of an aggression onto the Wukong there, but it's not going to be enough. We do see that Monkey is still stuck into the lane, using the Dream Roam out of there defensively right now. Giving over another Dream Roam is going to be thanks to the Celestial Melody from Hao on this Dolia, but already taking the T1 up into the Clash lane is Todak Gaming, so they are definitely getting the pressure into the side lane, and they've got to watch out for the side of DTE.
Yeah, DTE Gaming here slowly bleeding out the buffs. Oh, Sage Might.
Oh no, Anda maybe get a little bit too stuck into the thick of it here, but it is going to be saved by the Sage's Might thanks to CM. Gets the lockdown onto Anda. As well as a double kill going over to Wukong as well.
Oh, big retribution fight here coming from DTE Gaming. CM here, his Sage Might was so crucial, and furthermore, pulling back Hua on this Wukong, punishing him. Yeah, you got the Azure Golem, but you're here to stay and pay me back with that kill. So very good play coming in here from CM. CM, the clutch man. Oh, couple blades.
He's trying, right? Like, he's definitely using the Futsu to pure perfection at this point, right? Like I was said in game one, seemed a bit like a bit of a fish out of water, but he's clearly back into it. There you have a fish on their team. That's the Mermaid Dolia herself as well. So right now, I feel like DTE definitely need to make work of these side lanes. They've already got the T1s into the side lanes very low to Todak also, so they just need to kind of replicate that kind of same pressure that Todak's already done in this early game.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially with this Fuzu slowly scaling to that 2 items. He's definitely going to be this big issue where we discussed doing the pre-game drop, right? Alright, Todak, you definitely have all these long-range engages, long-range damage, but you can't really take down this Fuzu. You can't really take down this Monkey on Zunzun and CM. Mid lane slightly fast, and Lion comes in, nothing too crazy, and they're looking onto the mid tower.
Looking onto the mid tower, you do see the Preacher Charge actually being built here onto the Sunset, so a stun into the knockup is going to be pretty huge in terms of CC. So if they get to land that onto the back line, that's going to be very effective for the side of Todak.
Oh yeah, definitely, but that's the thing, right, Blam? We mentioned time and time again, CM and Zunzun. Realistically speaking, who's going to be the one to really take down these 2 large tanks in the middle, right? Zunzun can just walk up with the massiest gain, with the tanky stats, and CM, with his damage reduction, walks in with his last item, Pure Sky. These big tanks, right, as far as we've seen from Todak's draft, Engage coming through, spot side.
Engage, CM goes down. I mean, there's going to be no Sage's Might without Futsu there, but we are going to get a bit of a technical pause there, and potentially that's why we fall here of CM. But right now, we did see a big aggression go over for Todak as they were trying to get CM taken down, as they were able to, and also into that T1 into the mid lane as well. So already opening up even more doors for the side of Todak.
Yeah, definitely a crucial cue here, Todak, capturing CM off guard, making sure that he pays for lingering in the jungle that they do not have control of, right? So CM here, was it lag? Was it a device issue due to the technical pause? We don't know. We have to check with the back end. But let's talk about more into the game on how realistically both teams wants to play, right? On the side of Todak, you drafted a very heavy artillery mage, which is the Guardian Mo, and you drafted a very high burst marksman. None of their heroes are really, to say, a very consistent DPS. And when it comes to consistent DPS, it's very, very required when dealing with the Monkey. So for the side of Todak, they definitely have to pick their fights well, pick off the prime carries, which is the Nuwa, which is Diren J on the side of DTE Gaming. And on the side of DTE Gaming, right, you want to see how they want to win fights, right? As we said, 2 large tanks, Monkey with the Dream Roll, Fuzu with the Sage Smite. So all this are tools that can bring DTE Gaming back to a 50-50 game. So right now, Todak getting a kill on CM, that puts the danger onto the mid tower of DTE Gaming. If that mid tower goes down, we're gonna see a heck of a hell faster Todak tempo here coming to the mid game.
I mean, we would do, right? But I mean, if we take a little bit look at game 1 as well, like the fact that I believe it was actually Todak that lost the T1 first into the mid lane as well, but was still able to come back in that game 1 also. So honestly, I feel like if the T1 falls, as long as you kind of maintain the pressure and the gold lead's not too far away between both of these teams, I feel like it's anybody game still at that point. But we've seen not as much of a focus into the neutral objective pit so far. I believe it is potentially Todak that has the first Tyrant, if I'm correct. I think DTE with Monkey, they weren't able to perfect the Smite, but they were able to get it off to the side of Todak, yes. But that's been kind of like the recurring theme so far within this best of 3, right? Is the fact that whoever gets and prioritizes that Tyrant really is kind of bet the fruits for the victory.
Oh yeah, definitely. Whoever has priority on the Tyrant, whoever secures the Tyrant, so far in this series alone, has scaled themselves into victories, as we've seen so far. Game 1 being Todak, securing 3 Tyrants. Game 2 being DTE Gaming, securing objective after objective. But seems to me, this game, the focus is actually on to both teams' buffs. We have seen fights breaking out on the Azure on DTE Gaming. Immediately, DTE Gaming getting 1 kill, immediately traveling to the Crimson of Todak, returning the favor. So both teams trading back and forth, deep blow trading back and forth. But the anomaly here, CM being caught off guard, breaking the tempo of the game right now. So that may be a detrimental mistake here coming into this game 3 deciding match of this series.
Oh, very detrimental, right? Because I mean, the only access they have realistically onto the backline of DTE Gaming now is Monkey. So how there, he has to kind of try and get a rotation into the backside with the Dream Roam, try and get back out, especially with Celestial Melody giving over that second ultimate thanks to the Dolia. But it's so far, I mean, the most kind of success they've had, like you were saying, was CM on the Futsu. But now we're going to go back into this game and see how this is going to play out for them.
Yeah, definitely. And re-engage here coming in from side of Toda, and they want to capitalize on this Fuzu being dead and being caught out. So a bot tier 2 being secured on the side of Toda. So with that, almost a 3,000 gold lead at 8 minutes being secured on the side of Toda. A very well collected game on so far for the side of Toda. Even though they're losing on kills 2-3, they secured themselves a 3,000 gold lead so far, Blam.
Oh, huge. But I mean, it's not only kills, right? This is an objective-based game also, so as long as they put pressure into these side lanes, especially the T2 that's been taken down into the farm lane, we did see as we logged back into that point, right, that the Todak was able to secure their second Tyrant of the game. So already they're 2 Tyrants up to 0 till nil points on the side of DTE, which is something you need to sort of try and make a difference of, especially with D-Ranger into the early parts of the game, especially going into the 10-minute mark. Would have been very fruitful for him. Set Sail does connect, but it was actually Arda that was a little bit too overzealous there with the dive, able to get back thanks to the Harp.
Yeah, the Bitter Farewell definitely baiting Arda, flying too deep in and forcing out the flash. So right now, Toda rocking that. Stealing away the Azure Golem, and this is how you actually build leads. Steal away the enemy buffs and pushing the lead even further. SH might connect on Arda.
DTE looking to punish him though for the stealing the Azure Golem. They take down Arda. It was like, hang on, buddy. You stole my Azure Golem. We're going to punish you for that now. But we do see a big connect into the backline. That's 2 knocked up for Set Sail. But there's not enough damage onto the side of TDK coming through. Sat is already pretty low. That is a double kill going with the Zunzun. So already we're seeing such great potential come from this monkey pick right now.
Yeah, definitely. CM here, noticing the fact that Anda, you burned flash just now on the mid engage. So we're punishing you for being overly aggressive, wandering the mid river. And CCS here, you landed a very beautiful set sail, but it's on a turtle, on a D-Ranger we're talking about. He has a built-in Purify here, so you didn't even force the flash. So an overzealous play here coming in from CCS. Even though you are ahead in so much gold, but right now, the Tyrant is being secured on the side of DTE Gaming. It bounces them back into the game, and it's one engage here coming to the top side.
Yep, a lot of damage going over to CM. He does get taken down once more. The set sail could have not connected, but he's actually going back into the range of it. But we did actually see off camera there that Sadness got taken down, and it was due to BB with the Annihilation getting it from a far distance. He got that Deadeye with 2k score, which is huge. Again, a lot of damage was taken out at that point of TDK, which really sort of like was collateral damage there for DTE, because they could have gone into their Azure Golem side of Todak and probably lost a lot more than CM.
Oh, definitely. So it's a very healthy 1-for-1 trade so far, and both sides, we are putting priority on these 2 artillery mages, right? DTE BB onto the Nuwa, Todak State onto this Gun and Mo, both not allowing the marksman, the carries on the side of both teams to play as they want to with all these heavy bursts. So right now, we have to see who realistically on both teams have to deal with artillery mages, right, Black?
I mean, they've got to try and like get into the backline, right? That's the only way they can manage to do this. But right now, speaking of backline, is ECS a bit too far into the backline. Zunzun gets the kill onto the Sun 7 now. The Annihilation actually does come through, but does it connect from the side of DTE Gaming? Maybe just being used as a little bit of a deterrent to kind of force away the side of Anda and Sadness, both getting connected onto the Dream Roam there. Using Infinite Bastards is going to be pretty huge for the side of DTE. They only have 1 minion. They can't quite get it into that T1 territory. So obviously both of these teams are just vying for their T1s into the mid lane.
Yeah, both artillery mages right now are the core carries of these 2 games. What we've seen so far, DTE BB on this Nuwa, the Annihilations has been hitting after hits, making sure the health bars of Todak are not healthy at all. And one more thing we got to point out, DTE Zunzun 4-0-2 on this monkey. Realistically speaking, Todak, who on your team can deal with this monkey, right? Both of your marksmen, Turtle and Sadness, they're having not such a great time with all these artillery mages being in like all these ranges, forcing them to back off whenever the fight. Look at that, Sadness, half his HP gone from one annihilation.
Yeah, almost one annihilation, but they're able to get the T1 into the mid lane, which is pretty huge for them. CM gets a lockdown on Arda, so that's pretty frightful for the side of Todak. That's a lot of healing being taken out, thanks to DTE's CM. So they are focusing this Dolia. Not the Dolia, sorry. They focus on the Diadea, so they don't want the Destiny Towers going through. They don't want to pick up into the back lines with that bit of farewell. But honestly, I think this is where they kind of try and shine into these team fights. Just make sure the Diadea is down. That's a lot of healing gone. It also means there's not as much zoning coming through for the side of Todak.
I also want to give props to Diadea as well, or Anda on Diadea as well. Maybe he's actually voluntary to being hit by all these Sage Might. That was double Sage Might committed onto a roamer, Blam. That's a lot of hate for a roamer right there. They probably think that, hey, you're being too pesky, we gotta lock you down, take you down. And so far speaking, we have yet to see, oh, that's a big annihilation here. Might be a refresh with the Celestial Melody for double Smite. So right now, Smite committed by the side of Huahua, not really. So objective being focused right now will be the Overlord on the side of DTE Gaming, while Todak shakes their hand and takes the Tyrant instead. So are we actually going to a Tempest Dragon here, Blam?
I mean, there's potential, right? There's 6 minutes still left in this game, but honestly, the way that Todak actually win in this one is the fact that they have to kind of take away BB to do a bit of kind of housekeeping into the bot side of the game, because look at that turret. It's already very low, and you can see the Todak are just constantly putting pressure onto that bot side of the map, and as soon as that higher ground turret falls, it's going to be hard for them. CM does have the Shadow Vanguard. He is going to put that down now to completely stop that, so that is a good check for the side of DTE, because if they didn't have that high ground turret takedown would have been crucial for the side of DTE.
Oh yeah, that will be actually very crucial, as we've seen from time and time again. If you lose a high ground tower and it's somehow Tempest Dragon, you're gonna be in for a treat with all those super minions just crashing down your crystal, right? So right now, both teams, if you look at scaling, right, Todak, you have the long, you technically get to scale, have a free way ticket of scaling to the mid game. So right now, tier 1 for mid lane, both being down for both sides. So for the side of DTE Gaming, you definitely have to be worrying on your late game. In terms of range, you have BB, right? But BB is losing out on 2,000 gold only for the side of Todak's stay versus the BB gold chart, right? So you definitely have to wonder, right? Oh, Sage Might going to mid.
Okay, we're getting the Sage Might being actually committed there onto Lung. He uses the Infinite Bastards, but he's in a short space, and there goes Stay. So the artillery and the burst has been taken down from the side of DT Gaming. Oh my gosh! The annihilation from downtown for BB gets the kill, but at the same time, they are base rushing at the moment for the side of Todak. It is Huahua just going for a split push here. So is this going to be a bit of a base race?
Base race or not base race, but if Huahua dies here, that's gonna be game for the side of DTE Gaming here. They might just end the series right here. Oh, Cecil goes in.
3 roam cadets, yeah, onto CCS, and he may get taken down. Too much damage for one man alone. That is 3 members of the side of Todak down. We are just waiting for the Shadow Vanguard to come through. They are just trying to get Anta to try and take down, but there is also an added pressure of the minion wave as well. This looks like this could potentially be DTE getting the kill here. He just needs to wipe the minions out, take the crystal. They are putting the pain onto Todak. That is an ace as well.
Wow! DTE Gaming with the Fuzu immediately getting that Sage Might onto the core carry. And who is the core carry? Tutu on the long, immediately annihilated. And the person who was next to the long was also a core carry, which was Stay on the Ganemo immediately as well. He was deleted by the Fuzu. CM really living up to his name. CM, the clutch man, securing this amazing play to close up this series. What an absolute banger to win and a series, man.
Oh, huge, right? I mean, the first match of the day ending in a full best of 3, and obviously DTE there, they had a lot of pressure into the early side of the game. Todak, obviously, with some great pressure into the side lanes, were able to get those first T1s in both of those lanes, but then just weren't able to kind of maintain that pressure. And really, like you said there, the pressure that CM was putting onto the back lines and onto the carries of Todak was just too huge, and then the kind of mispositioning there of both Stay and Sadness being in the same place was probably the downfall of that last fight.
Yeah, we have to give props to CM as well. The Flash Sage Might was really the key difference in making this game so difficult for all this Todak, you know? It's like Todak, We have the Dia absorbing all this Sage Might time and time again, but when this Sage Might lands on the crucial targets, like the Long, like the Gamo, immediately the game switches onto the favor. Drops to DTE Gaming leading towards the end of the game. Even if we check the goal chart later, I don't think DTE Gaming was leading at all. They were on the back end of the goal until the very last minute of the game, Blam.
Yeah, that's one way to come back, right? Like, you are just holding out for that one crucial moment. But I mean, just look at CM's build here. Like, as if the Glacial Buckler wasn't enough for the slow, he goes for the Ominous Premonition as well. Like, he's like, guys, once I get onto you, you're not going anywhere. And that's exactly what paid dividends towards the end there, into that team fight, onto both Sadness and Stay. But honestly, CM on this Futsu was crucial.
Oh yeah, definitely with the intuition damage reduction, with the pure sky damage reduction. In reality, he can tank 2 fire palms if he wishes to, if he times the intuition well. So CM, although he's rocking with that 422 KDA, but definitely that 2 kills that he got at the late game was detrimental, was so crucial in ending the game for securing the series win. And let's look at the stats real quick, Blam. So it's something surprising, right? As we pointed out during the drafting phase, during the early game, realistically speaking, who is going to deal with Zun on this monkey, right? You don't have consistent damage. You don't have enough damage to really take down this monkey. All your damage is burst. So look at the monkey.
Yeah.
95k damage dealt, 127k damage taken. That's a beast of a stat.
Oh, it's a beast of a stat, absolutely. But I mean, you can kind of see like the theory crafting going here with Todak, because obviously with Sunset, his second skill, every swing kind of gets that physical defense reduction down as well. So they were kind of hoping that that would be enough with the burst. But honestly, without that consistent damage, like you said there, Sagi, they just had no means of taking down Monkey. And this is why he's one of my favorite heroes. He's just so tanky. He kind of emulates the Doom, but also has kind of like that long range poke at the same time with the bubble. Kind of oppressive, slows them down as well. But yeah, that's impressive. 127,000 damage taken, and honestly, died very little as well.
Oh yeah, died very little as well. And just look at the goal chart from that game. If you were to tell anyone before the 15-minute mark, Todak was scaling well. Todak was really getting all these kills in, scaling to a very healthy 4,000 goal lead, even to the end where DTE Gaming took out all the members on the side of Todak. They weren't ahead at all. That just shows how much of a lead Todak has before they fumbled the bag, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, you can have gold lead, you can have the neutral objective kind of majority within the match, but if you have bad positioning into one late game team fight, it's Jova.
It's Jova indeed. That late game team fight where the Fuzu set up the Sage Mine was so crucial that he saw the opportunity. One shot, one chance, one take. He took that one take and he captured that goal, and that was really detrimental on the side of Todak. Mispositioning not just one, both of their carries in the river. That was really, really serious of an issue.
Yeah, very, very serious. I mean, honestly, MVP-wise, I feel like it could go over to either Zun, CM at this point. Honestly, where's it going to fall? It is going to be on CM there. So 422 KDA, 12% damage dealt, 17% taken, but then 22% of the overall gold. So CM on this Futsu is an MVP winning performance.
Of course, definitely deserving of MVP performance with that last fight clutch. With the multiple Sage Might that he has done so far, he definitely deserves the MVP. Maybe the stats wise that he doesn't really look that great, but hey, that's the Clash Leaders duty, right? My stats isn't that good looking, but here I am out here securing play after engages, and finally nailing the coffin for Todak. That 2-man being mispositioned, CM saw the opportunity, flash Sage Might, and that sealed the game for DTE Gaming's win.
Yeah, he had his 8-mile moment, right? He took the opportunity, he clutched it, he went in, he knew exactly what he had to do at that point in time, which just kind of just takes and separates the good players from the great players, because any player could have saw that. They probably could have communicated, like, guys, do I go in? This guy was just like, nah, let's just commit, presses the red button, goes in, goes nuclear, but we're going to see that hopefully once more play through in these highlights.
So let's check out the highlights real quick, Blam. And this was the first play so far, the first Sage Might onto Anda, but I do believe that this was DCM first player, yes. He got 1 kill onto Anda, and he made sure Hua Hua couldn't escape on this Wukong, right? So that was a very beautiful play. And this was the double Sage Mine onto Anda. He capitalized Anda for the fact that, hey, you burn flash in the mid lane, I'm gonna punish you for that. And this is furthermore plays after plays after plays for DTE Gaming. And there we go, Anda. Again, Anda getting 18 all these Sage Mine. That's a double Sage Mine right there, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time that Anda's kind of overstepped into this one, but this is CM's golden moment, right? Like, he locked down the lung. He then's like, you know what? He's staying in place. I'm going to take stay first, and then I'm going to flash into the back line here. And obviously, doing a lot of damage there. Dead Annihilation is the thing that actually cleans off BB as well. So, BB cleans off stay, sorry. So, honestly, it's a bit of a pairing here. The Nua actually put a lot of pressure and really kind of like emulated that artillery effect that Stay on the gun and Mo had, but it was just from such a very long, oppressive range that you couldn't catch it out.
Of course, I do want to give props to BB as well, although the MVP was given over on the side of DTE CM Difuzi, but I want to give props to CM on the Nua as well. He was getting the least gold, but pumping one of the most damage in the game just now. Annihilations after annihilations, emergence after emergence. He was at the best place, best position to deal damage, to soak up all this pressure and put on that pressure that he soaked onto the carries of the side of Todak. So this man, BB, 0 mistakes made and so much damage dealt on the side of Todak.
Oh, so much damage, so much damage. But I feel like it's all kind of like paired up with obviously Monkey being able to soak the damage as well. I feel like that was one of the great drafts for the side of DTE there. Like, they could have gone with anything like the Dune. They could have gone with something that was like trying to emulate that kind of sponginess from a tanker within the jungle. But just the fact that they lacked the constant damage onto the side of Todak meant that they just had no kind of like overcome potential for this Monkey.
Of course, the overcome potential for the Monkey, the Fuzi, so tanky with the mass gain from Monkey, so tanky with the intuition coming aside from the Fuzi and the Pure Sky as well. So much damage reduction for these two heroes, right?
Yeah.
So realistically speaking, right, yes, Todak, you did so well in the early game. You did so well throughout the mid game as well. Harnessing this 4,000 gold lead, but yet again, if you do these mistakes in the mid game where it gets you caught out, it's going to be very detrimental, especially when you're, in terms of the composition wise, you're already losing out, Blam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, definitely a great way to start off day one of week 3, right? Honestly, I don't think it could have been any more feistier with this first matchup between Todak and DTE. And honestly, the next game is probably going to be just as surprising, I feel like. But with Team Secret going against O2 Esports, we have a team that's more established than O2 Esports. And so far within the tournament, they are around about the 4th seed within this one. So a bit of a fight between 5th and 4th between this next two teams within this best of 3 of the MKL Spring Season 2025.
Of course, O2 looks to snatch that second win just like this previous series, and Team Secret looks to solidify themselves as the upper tables team, the top 4 team, the gatekeeper for all these bottom teams to meet these top teams, right? So both have their own roles coming to this series. O2 looks to prove themselves. TS looks to prove that they are the gatekeepers. So, you know, all this, it's definitely going to be a banger of a series today, following the final series. But yet again, all this, we can only show you right after this amazing break that we're going to have.
我觉得你们还是跟牛逼阶级一起去做晚风吧。比赛这种事情不适合你们。
碰到训练赛给你们打出自信了是吧？我们不用训练赛都能吊打你。
This is to Team Secret.
Look in my eyes. 3, 2, 1.
Traitor.
O2 啊，我的前队友啊，我的张飞随便吼你5个啊，准备回家洗洗睡吧。
我觉得我们的打野一个人。
你们 AG 不就是全部别人不要的选手才凑起来的一队吗？我当坏人了。
How about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Your little business isn't worth my time. I smirk at people's greedy nature, for the fleeting fortune shall be their dark future. Hey! Fistfuls of gold! Light as willow blossoms! Golden strike! Dressed with dignity, moving with grace. Elegant as a soaring swan. The human heart is unpredictable. Even the righteous can be untrustworthy. I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes.
Darkness, the precursor to light.
Innkeeper, this is from the guest upstairs. Huh? My, I'm rich. He said it was a repayment. Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade. Fine, I'll play.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to MKL Week 3, Day 1. My name is Soggy, and alongside me, the lovely caster, the handsome caster, we have Blam. Blam, talk to me. We had an absolute banger of a first series so far. How are you feeling right now?
Honestly, so excited to get into this second best of 3 because, again, like I said before the end of the break, I think this was the perfect way to set up the week 3 day 1, right? Going a full best of 3. Both of these teams super reactive, super aggressive within their gameplay style as well, which really gave us some really great moments.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially week 3, it's already been 2 weeks prior to that, and teams are already warming up, finding these picks, finding these strategies, warming up, gelling together with these new rosters, right? So right now, we've seen so far DTE Gaming coming up a notch, taking the series against Todak. So following right now, Todak seems to be in the pinch right now if you were to look at the leaderboard, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna say, honestly, they probably are to be looking like they got a bit of a pitch there, but to be honest, it's only the week 3, right? So they're only halfway through. I think it's still absolutely fine. But here it's going to be the team lineups playing in this next best of 3. And first up, we have O2 Esports that is represented by K1, Kongling, X1, White, and Care.
And on the side of Team Secret, we have Team Secret's marksman player, farm lane genius Son. In the jungle, Goose Sing as their import, Xuan in the clash lane, Nuo as their roamer, and Team Secret's mid lane mage, Shi San. And I want to point out a bit on the backstory, right? Nuo is claimed to be the traitor on the side of O2 Esports because Nuo and the bunch of O2 Esports has played together in their Weibo gaming days. So right now, it's much of a family reunion and a grudge match between these two.
Yeah, it used to be a band of brothers. Now it's going to be a little bit of a, hey, we used to play with you. Now we're going to destroy you.
Yeah, punches, kicks are all going to come in. It's a brother-sister story, but realistically speaking, there can only be one winner today. So whoever walks away with the last laugh gets to have the bragging rights. And on the top right corner, we have seen so far, O2 Esports has won the coin flip and has selected blue side as their primary side. And on the side of Team Secret, they are delegated to the red side. So right now, both teams, as we mentioned so far, O2 Esports looks to prove themselves that they belong in the Big Boys League, the MKL League. They look to snatch their second win of MKL Spring Season 2025. And for the side of Team Secret, they are right now currently ranked 4th. But for them, they are right now in the position where they are, yes, winners when versus lower tier teams, losers when against like top tier teams. So today it may be a difference so far. And for the first ban we've seen from both teams, O2 Esports has put the respect ban on Gu Xing's pay, and following a Dharma ban. And on Team Secret, a Zhang Fei and Luna has been banned out bland.
I mean, they have been banned out, right? But who hasn't been banned out is the Ali, which was banned all last game. And honestly, I feel like they need to pick it up. If they don't, they could go for the lung, but it is going to be O2 Esports, X1 picking up the Ali here. Again, very happy to see this hero come out of the gorge. She had a bit of a rough patch in that game, match 1 of today. Not quite seeing the light of day, but hey, this counter pick here, the Mai Shiranui and the Diadea, how are we feeling about it?
Oh, Mai Shiranui and Diadea, definitely both heroes that have amazing engage potential and lockdown onto the early. Very much is a rare sight that we've seen a Mai Shiranui and Diadea immediately being let go to the Team Secret here. Both very strong S+ tier picks in this meta, and ENG being the counter of Arlie being locked in as well on Team Secret. As a response, O2 Esports, the second and third pick is the Kongling on the Ogran, is Care on the Yi Xing. So both things looking right now on the first 3 picks. Arlie, you want her to scale safely in the first 4 minutes, set up the tempo, get the Doomsday, and slowly be this side lane menace, right? Bullying the side lane, getting all these resources, then getting this priority and rotating around the map. On Team Secret, right? You drafted a very strong laning and roaming team composition, right? So first 3 picks so far, both teams, they look like they have identity already. Team Secret side, they have banned out the Lian Po and the Xiang Yu.
Yeah.
And Xiang Yu, for those who don't know, K1 really favors this Xiang Yu pick on the side of O2 Esports. The Agudo has been banned out and the Guan Yu has been banned out blank.
Yeah, I mean, the Shang Yu kind of gives me a bit of a flashback to Chuck BR. I mean, that was one of like their most predominant picks, but the fact that K1 likes his pick is, again, it's another good thing. It's kind of like disrupting the flow of your enemy team, especially with his kind of like barging around. His hegemon slash actually like makes him unkillable, but then also lays the smackdown when it actually hits. But it's going to be the Mayin that locks in for Team Secret. And then over to the side of O2 Esports, they're going for the Dolia and a lane combo. So we're going to get double Death at Sunset. So if 1 Death at Sunset is not enough for you, 2 is going to tickle your fancy.
Oh, of course, definitely. But Team Secret here, drafting picks that we've seen that are usually the frequent visitors on the ban.
Yep.
So right now, if we were to refer back to the previous series, Mai Shiranui, Diadea, Mayin, all these picks are frequent visitors of the ban slot. So right now, Team Secret, on the get-go, on the first game, immediately being able to lock Mayin, Mai Shiranui, and Diadea. That is a lot of pressure here coming into the first game for O2 Esports here. And as you say, Dolia in the lane. Yes, we have this double Death at Sunset, amazing teamfight capability, but a lane dispatch has been nerfed severely hard, and his laning is not up to par with what he was back then. So Mayin definitely a good counter pick here into the lane, and Dun as the final tank being locked in here by Team Secret here. So looking at both drops here, what do you think, Blam?
I mean, the Dune definitely kind of rounds off Team Secret's draft very nicely. It's the one thing they were suffering with, especially with those 4 picks. There was no real kind of front line, but now they have it. They have the Dune going in there. They also have, obviously, Diadea that we know we're going to be using the Destin encounter in the very early parts of the team fights. Then also, Mayeen is going to be there to try and pick off the back line, try and get some intel over to the side of Team Secret. But honestly, I do like the fact that Sun's picked on the DRNG, not only to counter the Ali, but also the Imperial Order laying the smackdown onto Orgren means that obviously the physical damage reduction as well as magical damage reduction is going to come through onto that big pick that we know can soak a lot of damage. So obviously I feel like it's kind of like a counter pick for both of the Ali and the Orgren this time around.
Oh yeah, definitely. Laning wise, it fits. Team fight wise, it fits. So without further ado, let's hop right into game 1 between O2 Esports and Team Secret. So with a fancy start in the mid lane, K1 X1 here immediately gets forced to use the Berserk at Rage, and then right now they get the mid priority here. Are they going to look for a jungle invade, or are we just going to have a very swift start with the River Sprite here?
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to figure out the matchups right there, just changing around both the mid and the bot side of the map just means it gives over Ali a little bit more leeway into the early game to get a lot more resources, like we saw there, get the River Sprite, get the bot side of the map as well, but it looks like they're not going to be really freezing at the bottom side of the map, because obviously Yixing definitely needs some of those items come through for himself, because obviously his passive isn't quite just enough to get the damage that you need.
Yeah, and the Kongling here definitely on the edge of the map, stealing away one of the fire peaks onto the top side, and right now, Guxing here secures mid priority for his team, so his team can escalate this position quick and help him clear this jungle even faster to get to this level 4 of unlocking the Unruly Blade and put a stamp onto the map early game. So on the side of O2 Esports, it's about the same. Kara here on the Yixing, pulling out the Crimson, helping his jungle clear this camp almost immediately, right?
Yeah, again, oh, okay, Xishan going straight in. X1 falls to the first blood already. So that is going to be a feisty Team Secret getting the first blood.
Yeah, not what you want to expect here for O2 Esports fan here. The marksman, the core carry that we mentioned about that has to get... Oh, and here coming in
once more with a double knock-up onto the Mai Shiranui. There we go. The Death of Sunset does come through. Is that going to be enough for K1 to get the kill onto Wuxing here? But it's not quite. The Wind Slash doesn't connect onto any. And now X1 and Kara here. But it's going to be right time for Team Secret to back off.
And this is what we're talking about here. Why do teams prioritize this Doom pick? Is because of this Unyielding Might. You can be in a tough position, but as long as you get this lifesteal on the Unyielding Might, oh, Engage coming into mid again.
Yep, they're going. They're just trying to get knockups here. I think they're just trying to keep them away, right? Just contest the minion wave. Because at the same time, yes, it's obviously Mai Shiranui in the mid lane, but to do enough damage onto the Ali, the Dolly, and the Ogryn, at this point in the game, is not going to happen.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially we're talking about X1. He definitely has to be more careful and cautious when he comes into this mid lane 2v2. So far speaking, right, Team Secret does definitely have this advantage in the 2v2, more experience, more synergy when it comes to this 2v2, right? O2 Esports here, the farm lane Andy Roman getting punished for being overly aggressive here, and we're talking about Guxing on this Dune, calculating well that his Unyielding Might can get him out of these sticky situations that we've seen so far. So right now, rocking the 1.3k goldie Team Secret, healthily looking towards a Tyrant for 4th minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a really good early game, right? The fact that they're able to get like at least a 1k gold lead at this point is something different to what we've seen between DTE and Todak earlier, right? Like, there's a clear kind of disparity in terms of how these teams get resources, and Team Secret, I mean, they've been in the global competition since the Season 2 Invitational, so they've played against and learned against some of the best.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially in KC 2024, they ranked 3rd. So far speaking, they have a pretty good track record in international so far, but right now, mid lane getting engaged again.
Whoa, White gets taken down on the 3v1, and there's just no room for X1 to actually try and come in and answer or even give over support there.
Yeah, White here not respecting the jungle, the river priority here, and immediately gets set up by Noa's Bitter Farewell. Immediately Shisan follows with a knockup and thus punishing him for not respecting this Blam. And a bot lane pressure coming in, and DRNG can get this bot lane tier 1 without any disturbance. A fantastic early game coming in from Team Secret, 4 minutes in default, and that's almost a 3,000 goal lead. 5-man strong coming to this Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of like the MO of TS Sun, right? Like, he's just kind of like, he was completely forgotten in that entire, like, first part of the game, right? Like, he was just doing macro, he was just getting the pressure, go over to his side of the lane. So that's really going to kind of put a lot of early game pressure onto the side of O2 Esports, using the bit of farewell there, and the obviously enhanced basic attack, just kind of committing onto Kongling, just to kind of poke and prod the bear to see if he would actually take the bait. But right now, he's not taking any bait from Team Secret, and should he not? Absolutely, because they are behind by about 2.8k gold.
Oh yeah, definitely true. And this is one of the few factors that we mentioned about during the pre-game draft. If X1 on this early does not get any form of like safety net to this minute mark, he's not going to have a very good time if he doesn't get the Doomsday. And right now, Team Secret swapping their farm lane to the top lane, to the Clash lane, and giving him the Crimson buff. So he can definitely bully this tower out very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he even teleports down to the bot side of the map as well. Like, he's already putting pressure onto the T1 up into the Clash lane, and now he's like, guys, I've not had enough. I need some more turrets in my capability, boys. And here he is, just down to the bot side of the map. He's level 7. X1's actually ahead in terms of the XP lead, but right now, Xishan's getting stuck into it. Kongling goes down, so already the neutral objective's already gone down, so it's not really too bad of an offer from the side of OT Esports to be taken down, but K1 goes down as well. That's a 2-0 trade for the side of Team Secret, as it's going to be Xishan picking those double kills.
Team Secret here with the rotations are just outclassing O2 Esports in the first 4 minutes of the game. X1 here may be caught out. Nothing too crazy. All right.
Just baiting. Okay, ultimate board being committed here, though. They're just trying to stop and trying to contain the side of Team Secret, but at this moment in time, they don't have the damage to kind of take them out on front on, basically.
Oh, definitely. 6 minutes in, and that's already a 4,000 goal lead for Team Secret. Props to Team Secret for knowing the call. We immediately push out the top wave, teleporting the D-Ranger to the bottom lane to secure this Crimson fight. Right. If let's say K1, he wants to defend this top tower, he has to give up the Crimson and he has to give us so much resource, right? But Team Secret, knowing the fact, they force you to choose. In the moment you choose to fight, we will demolish you in an outgoing 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much damage, right? I mean, even just from Xishan, like, Xishan is having such a great early game, like, getting pickups, getting kills. He's on, like, 1-0-4, obviously setting up the assist over to Xuan here up to the top side of the map as well. But right now, we've seen the my board being committed as well. Xishan is kind of stuck in the corners of it. He's able to kind of maneuver around such a small space to keep himself alive. But it's going to be Xuan into the backline. Care gets taken down. Down goes Yixing. Kongling is not looking too hot right now. He has little help. Double kill going over to Guxing as well. Into the backline is K1 trying to get the access onto it, but it's going to be taken and denied by Noah.
Man, Strand with these flanks are absolutely crazy. He's just appearing from every angle that you do not expect him to be. And the moment he appears, he breaks the hope of O2 Esports even getting a lead in this game right now. 7 minutes in, the score is 0-8, and it's already a 6,000 goal lead here, Blam. This is not a usual game for you. This is a statement game from Team Secret here, wanting to know, wanting to show you that, hey, we are definitely belonging to the top dogs, the top 4 of the league. We are definitely going to punish you if you do not respect us. So this is what they came with. They came with game here, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, even the draft alone, right? That's a statement piece right there. Like we were saying, in the draft, they have, like, one of the most contested, well, 3 of the most contested picks into the BP, right? The Diadia, the Mayin, and the Mai Shernoi. And O2 Esports was kind of like, let's kind of limit test. Let's see what they can do with these 3 picks. And right now, Team Secret's like, boys, you shouldn't have done it. You should have done it. You are behind by about 7k gold at the 8-minute mark. What were you thinking?
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially when Team Secret gave away the R lead to herself, O2 Esports. They came in prepared. They came in clutch. And on the side of O2 Esports, they are already losing a first tier 1 on the side of top lane. So Inhibitor here just dropping down on the side of O2 Esports, and it's not even 10 minutes yet, Blam. This is really fast tempo game you're coming in from Team Secret.
Very, very fast. I mean, we saw there that TS Sun was just like kind of like situated very nicely around the wall as my board. He was still within range to take the high ground turret, but out of range to actually be caught by the board as well. So just showing that kind of like micro knowledge of knowing where that board expands to, but also the range of where that high ground turret can be taken down. And already he's like, guys, we've taken you already to your high ground turret territory. I'm going to help myself to your Crimson Golem. I need a little bit more damage. I'm not quite satisfied enough with the damage I have right now.
Oh yeah, with this enormous of a goal lead, whatever buff it is, Team Secret gets direct access to it, be it the camps, be it the jungle monsters, everything is under Team Secret's control right now. It would take a heck of a comeback for O2 Esports to even have a small glimpse of chance to actually pull back to the team fights, right? And a beautiful board of what is coming out, but Son, as you mentioned, his micro skills, his adaptability to the game, he knows how to dodge all these cheeky board engages.
Yeah, very, very cheeky. Like a cheeky Nando's. That cheeky boy coming through there was not quite cheeky enough for the side of O2 Esports to get any kills, because right now they're still down 0 kills. And Plum always says that it's not always about the kills, right? It's about the objectives. So honestly, if they want to get back into this one, they've got to kind of feed over the farm to the right places of O2 Esports, potentially over to X1 or Kongling right now, and then just try and expand outwards with safety. Try and get a few pickups here from Team Secret so they know that they can still be punished at this potential 10-minute mark coming through now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially closing on to the 10-minute mark. Can we see a potential troll coming in from Team Secret or O2 Esports? They're just slowly being forced out of their jungle right now. They have 0 resources to farm. They are being forced into their own circle of the base. Their activity area is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And look at Mayin right here, Strand. Nothing too crazy will be happening, but they'll take a consolation prize and they'll finally be able to secure the Azure Golem.
Right, yep, they get the secure... No, they secure it for themselves, so again, just a little bit of a Brucey bonus there for the side of O2 Esports. They're just looking to try and get those minor wins at this point, because that's all they can really kind of hope for, right? Like, if we're being realistic, they need to just take those small victories that are within their grasp, because they can't kind of overextend, because if they overextend, Team Secret are going to punish.
Oh yeah, definitely. And right now, Team Secret is knocking on the tier 3 of O2 Esports right now. K1 might look for engage with the board. So right now, Kongling, can you tank this?
Oh, the Wind Slash just connects. It's not going to be enough to keep him in space, though. And honestly, they don't have the minion waves right yet on the side of Team Secret. You can see here that Sun just using the passive of the ENG, just getting those 1 cards, getting those kind of like 1 taps onto the turret here. Without the minions, I mean, he's done a lot of damage so far. He's just going to be like, hey, it's working, guys. I'm going to keep doing it until those minion waves crash in.
Oh yeah, the Swift Justice from TS Son's passive here definitely doing detrimental damage on the side of their tier 3. And Engage coming in through top side.
Yep, we did see the Death on Sunset being committed onto the back line there. X1, it actually does fall. It's Schwan picking up the kill there. Down goes White, Kongling, and K1. And it is game 1 going over to Team Secret.
Wow, what a statement game coming in from Team Secret here. 0 kills dropped, 0 objectives dropped, everything secured in the bag, and showed us what it is to be a top team of the circuit of MKL 2025. Right here, they dropped 0 kills, man. 0 objectives. Everything was under their control from start to finish. What a masterclass of a game 1 showed here by Team Secret.
Yeah, so fresh, so clean, right? Honestly, like we were saying there in midway of the match, this is a statement piece, and that was a statement, right? It was like, hey guys, you gave us those like top contested bans and picks within this draft 1, and we're gonna make it look clean, we're gonna make it look good, and Team Secret did.
Oh yeah, they definitely look clean, look good. Shran with his Mayin was getting so many crucial engages. The first roam onto the mid lane was so beautiful. He caught up for the first kill for Team Secret. Following, he stayed out of vision, baiting O2 Esports to engage on them, making a flash engage once again and securing the lead for Team Secret. And following with the following fights in the jungle, in the end of the game, he was always at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that, though. Like, Team Secret Sun, 0 kills, 0 deaths. He was just in there for those turrets, right? He was there just to play the macro game.
Oh yeah, definitely. If we were able to see like stats on turret damage, this man will probably be rocking at 80 to 90% pure tower damage just by himself, right? So pointing out like Team Secret's like their entire macro rotation here, right? They were forcing O2 Esports into a pinch whereby, hey man, if you want to defend your Clash lane, you definitely have to let go of your Crimson, right?
Yeah.
So what O2 Esports did during the mid game, they were in a kind of a pickle, right? They cannot defend the Clash lane. The moment if they defend the Clash lane, they were forced to take on a 5v5 full-fledged team fight where Team Secret came out on top and secured an immense goal lead afterwards. So maybe for O2 Esports, back to the drawing board, and maybe when it's time to give up some resources, it's time to give up some resources, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know who to give the MVP over to here, because I mean, there's just been so much great performances over to the side of Team Secret. I mean, Sun with a macro play, we have obviously Shishan with the early like first blood and so many like knockups and great engages, and then Schwan with so many like double kills going over to the side of Team Secret. But right here, we're going to kind of see where the damage really came through, and it's honestly all down to Shishan there, getting that 68.1k damage dealt over to the side of O2 Esports, shortly followed by Schwan on the Mayin. So 2 great picks coming in here, putting a lot of pressure onto O2 Esports.
Oh yeah, definitely. Shishan here on the Malaysia all these players showing us, like BB, Shisan, showing us why this pick is always consistently banned, buying a house, renting a house at the ban slot, right? So Shisan here, utilizing the Kacho-sen, finding these perfect opportunities. They always have the same approach, poking you down first, then looking for these big, beautiful engages onto multi-men or at least the core members of your carries on O2 Esports. So beautiful display of Maestro here coming in from Shisan, one of the best mid laners so far we've seen in MKL today, for the very least.
Yes, so far, right? I mean, the fact that I have to give over to as well is Gushing here with the Dune. He was just kind of like the anchor within the old team as well. So he's kind of going in, using the Rolly Blade, kind of just making sure he was soaking a lot of the damage, and all thanks to the Unyielding Might as well as the Gale's Benediction as well as second skill. But let's look at the gold graph before we get into the MVP victory, right? Look at that, 11.3k gold lead in what? The matter of like just over about a 10-minute match.
Minutes.
Yeah, 11-minute match. It was huge.
Yeah, and rocking that 12-0-32 total team KDA, 9 towers, only dropping a single objective, which is the Overlord, over the entire course of the 11-minute game. Not even a single kill, nothing. And throughout the whole 11-minute, they were racking leads after leads after leads, and resulting in the 11-minute end game with an 11k gold lead, Blam. If it's not what a statement of a game, I don't know what is, Blam.
Exactly. I mean, that's 1k per minute, right? That's the dream kind of ratio between time and gold acquisition within Honor of Kings. But honestly, Team Secret there, like we said and keep saying, statement piece of game 1 against O2 Esports. They are looking to maintain that 4th spot within the regular season so far. But in terms of the MVP, honestly, I think ultimately would be Chuan here on the Mayin. I mean, obviously, getting the kills, getting into the back line and doing a lot of damage, giving some love over to his fans. That is the 505 KDA from Chuan.
Yeah, 505 KDA does not really fully explain what he done so far, but looking back at the plays that he's done, the mid lane roam, the fake vision that he provided, he played his opponents in his palms that game, Blam. And with the roams, with the backline access, this man was rocking a masterclass performance so far in this game 1. But of course, Blam, we cannot give credit where it's due so fast, because we've seen so far, Toda, they got game 1 just now, and look at where it happened. So it might happen the same for this game as well.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's all still to play for, right? It is a best of 3, so this next game could definitely be a difference of what they need on the side of O2 Esports. But honestly, if they falter to a Team Secret so deadly in the early game like we're seeing here on the highlight reel so far, it's going to be hard for them to bounce back in game 2, because they need to definitely reassess their draft, right? I mean, they had a good draft. They had big picks like Yixing, they had big picks like Orgren, the Ali, and the Dolia. So it's not like they've just kind of expanded, like exhausted some like really lower picks. They went guns blazing too.
Yeah, they went guns blazing too, especially all these top picks, the Ali, the Yixing, the Orgren, all these are top priority picks as well. And look at this last fight. The Mayin getting a 2-man perfect knockup, immediately annihilating X1 and White from the map of Heroes Gorge. So this man, TS1, definitely deserves the MVP title of Game 1 series between O2 Esports and Team Secret. Definitely what we've seen so far, a masterclass performance on Mayin. That's why this hero is always on the ban slot.
Yep, Chuan for game 1. He was able to get the MVP there for himself. And we're looking over to the right side of the screen there. I pointed to the left because I'm inverted and looked dumb there. But we see the side selection. Sagi's helping me out with my lefts and my rights there. And it is actually going to be O2 Esports getting the red side. So yeah, they are going to get the reactive red side this time around, which honestly, red side is always my favorite side because you kind of, yes, you give over the prior blue. But with having that double pick there and then, you can choose a flex, you can choose a counter to that prior blue. There's a lot of kind of like chess maneuvers you can do within these drafts going for that red pick.
Oh yeah, definitely. With blue side, it's always all about these first picks, right? These OP picks, these tier 0 picks, right? And on the side of red side, it's always about these reactive picks, or how you play this masterclass of a ban pick. That's where coaches actually come into hand, and this is a battle between coaches as we hop into game 2 between Team Secret and O2 Esports, and let's head on to the draft and check out the previous ban pick so far, Blam. And what do you think?
I mean, obviously, I think it's just a respect ban from over to the side of Team Secret. It's like, you know what, guys? We had a really good game on the Malaysia Runoi. We don't give over to you. and that's completely understandable. But the ban for the pay coming through, as well as the Luna, is seeming to be a little bit of them MKL spices that I've been seeing since they've been here since week 3, day 1. And it's just something they don't want to kind of face against because they are high frame, high damaging heroes into the jungle.
Oh yeah, definitely Pei here, Luna here. Some of a meta shift when it comes to bans in the side of KMKL. Oh, Alone here being locked in by Team Secret here, but let's hop back right into why Pei and Luna is always banned, right? These two picks has been performing better and better in the MKL. For Pei, for example, a very good tempo setter. You can utilize between the half damage, half tank build or the full tank build. A very versatile hero right now that can set the tempo and set the pace in the side lane and in jungle control. Whereas Luna, this hero is sort of in an OP state right now, and of course, all these MKL junglers, right, they are performing very well on these assassin bruiser jungles. So having a Luna dealing with a Dun, a monkey, is definitely going to be super favorable for the Luna per se. And O2 Esports back to their draft, locks in the Sun Ce and the Zhang Fei. Plenty of engage coming here in game 2.
Plenty of engage, but honestly, Team Secret still have the Dolia available, right? So this would make a perfect sense. Obviously, locking in the Lung, going for the Dolia. If they do decide to go for a big engage, they could obviously expand the infinite fastness, but then get another one over. But it looks like they're going to go for the Lian Po here. So Noir are going for the Lian Po potentially. I can't see going up into the Clash lane, which it could be the only way it would go. But I think it's actually going to be down into the support role here. Again, Tremor Smash is going to be good at trying to sort of catch off Sunset and anybody trying to set up those big team fights as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially Lian Po, every time he casts a skill, he gets invincible CC immune. So he's definitely one of the candidates to look out for these Sun Ce set sails or these engages and spot out vision for the side of Team Secret here. And for O2 Esports, a bit of a repeat from the Series 1 we've seen so far, Nuwa versus Gun and Mo. So definitely two of these big artillery mages has been locked in. And so far, this matchup we have seen so far from the first series, it's definitely going to be a lot of pokes, a lot of spells flying across the map. So let's see what they have in store for the following bans. O2 Esports further locking down that Augra with Team Secret replying with a Ho Yi. I see.
Yeah, again, Ho Yi, especially within the KPL, he is definitely one of the counters for the Lung as well, especially when you try and build him with Arcane that's a little bit more tanky. He's able to kind of take the shots of the Flaming Palms as well in the early game. But right now, I feel like it's a good ban off to the side of O2 Esports, right? Like the Lian Po and the Augur combo, I've been seeing quite a lot within the West League and all the other leagues that are happening right now. So normally you see the Lian Po go against the Augur, but when they're paired together, the Conductor of Souls, the Tremor Smash, just really set up some great team fights. So they're just trying to eliminate as much AoE as possible, it seems, on the side of O2 Esports.
Oh yeah, definitely. Banning picks like Agudo, Orgran, all these picks are really tempo-oriented and can scale into a very fast first tower on the side of Team O2 Esports here, right? So Team Secret acknowledging the fact, banning out the Hoi as a counter to the Long and Nuwa. You definitely have to watch out for these Burning Sun arrows. As you mentioned just now, Hoi, if he runs a tanky Arcana setup, he's definitely a counter to Long. Building that boost of tranquility, utilizing these Burning Sun arrows capable of catching Nuwa and Long off guard in the mid game. So a very good respect ban here coming from Team Secret alongside with the Musashi, with the Spell One, with the block, can blocking out spells from the side of Long and Nuwa. So both teams playing to their core and strengths, banning out what affects their primary carries. And O2 Esports, like you said, locking in that concert you that's very happening in the West right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely the answer to the Lung as well, right? Especially in the early game. You're going to obviously lock in with the Oak Bolt to begin with to obviously not only get the damage onto the minion wave, also effectively poke at the Lung or potentially, but then also her second skill, having that physical immunity, is going to be something that's going to be able to negate that. But oh my goodness, such a big front line here from Team Secret. Locking in the Lubu, locking in the Monkey. I mean, that's going to be hard for the likes of Ganemo to try and escape that.
Yeah, especially O2 Esports here, even locking the Yao. I think that's our first Yao and Lubu of the series of MKL Spring Season right here. Both teams bringing out the big guns right here in the Game 2 of Team Secret's O2 Esports here. So for those who don't know, Lubu's damage, right, comes from the true damage after he hits his first spell, right? His swipe, right? So once he accesses into his form, shields don't matter in front of Lubu, nor consorts you physical damage and immunity. So if he accesses true damage form, he can bypass this limitation set by the enemy. So a very good and interesting pick coming out from Team Secret here.
I mean, I saw yours and Sir Cloud's podcast episode the other day, especially talking about Nova Esports doing some fan service. He wanted Wade Pitt to pick up the Lubu. Not quite the Lubu he was expecting for here, but at least Sir Cloud gets it on the gorge within MKL. So maybe this is more evidence that maybe they will just give him the fan service that he wanted, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Right now we get Lubu in the gorge. We get Yao as well from O2 Esports, Kongling in the jungle as well. Two very rare picks, two very rare visitors into Heroes Gorge of MKL. And I want to see what kind of spark that he can give us right now in this game 2 in between Team Secret and O2 Esports right here. And honestly speaking, a very cheeky Smite steal coming in from White to secure the River Sprite of mid lane so far.
Yeah, so far so good, right? I mean, they're definitely trying to just kind of like maintain or at least gain some pressure into this game 2 because they need it. I mean, game 1 was not the kind of performance that we want to see from O2 Esports, right? Like they took it, they rolled with the punches, they got no kills. This time around, they need to make sure they're getting some kills in this early game, especially trying to get the itemization of the Consort U as well as care on the Ganem Mo.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I want to paint a picture for both teams right now, right? We've seen so far TS Son onto the Long and O2 X1 onto the Consort U. Both heroes have both similarities. They have high burst, correct, but they both have very short range when it's compared to these artillery mages. So both these marksmen, a repeat of what happened just now, they're gonna definitely suffer a bit of an issue when dealing with these artillery mages. Shisan onto the Nuwa, Care onto this gun and Mo, and a small fight might be happening mid right now.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, they're just looking to try and like bait out, right? They're trying and force Team Secret because they know how aggressive Shishan can be. But on the likes of Anua, he can't kind of dive in. He's really waiting for the likes of Wuxing, Xuan on the Lubu. He's really relying on his side lanes and his support role, support player to actually get this dive in. But Shishan almost got dived in there. K1 does actually find himself a little bit overzealous here. He actually expands the flash to get out of that 3v1, but still alive.
Still alive indeed, and flash for flash. K1 onto the Sun Tzu, burning the flash, no big deal. But Shisan on a mage, no flash. He's definitely going to be the prime target of Kongling and K1 when it comes to the following engages.
Exactly. So far, like, just like he needs to make sure that he's mitigating as little engages onto that pick as possible. But right now, we're kind of seeing that actually O2 Esports have a little bit of a gold lead here. So maybe it is the start of something new here for the side of O2 Esports.
Oh yeah, start of something new indeed. Rocking the 400 gold right now. Oh, fight comes up top lane, but both teams trading ultimates to back off safely. So nothing too crazy so far. Kongling here, help him his clash lane to clear out this freeze, set him up for a bigger success in somewhere else. So K1 here being released by his jungle here. Good call from Kongling to actually break the freeze here for his clash lane.
Yeah, exactly. He's just kind of just trying to put some pressure up into the clash lane, trying to get him to get that little bit of an advantage. Because again, if K1 can kind of get the T1 before Xuan here up into the clash lane, it means that the set sails kind of like he's going to be able to do them without like a free conscience, right? Like he's going to be able to go around the map, set sails, get those big team fight setups. Because honestly, it's down to the Sun Tzu and the Zhongfei for those setups. But the Dream Roll there connecting onto K1 is just going to force him out of the lane for now.
And yeah, definitely props to Guxing and Xuan as well, burning all these spells from... Oh, botting coming in.
Oh, yep, a lot of damage going over to X1 already. The Tremor Smash actually isn't going to connect, but it does expand the flash. But Care gets the first blood this time around for O2 Esports.
Yeah, clean kill coming in from O2 Esports here. Using the opportunity where Shisan's flash is still down and punishing him for being overly aggressive. Perfect primal outburst here coming in from White to catch this Shisan off guard. And 4 minutes here and Tyrant has spawned onto Heroes Gorge here. And we've seen so far 5 players look to be strong and approaching this Tyrant with a big of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, they have the priority down to the bot side of the map, right? It's all down to TS Wushang, see if he can actually steal this. We are seeing the emergence come through, but it's actually going to be White that claims the secure there. Obviously, running the double smite strat here onto the side of O2 Esports when they have the Zhongfei really paid off there with that first neutral objective.
Oh yeah, definitely. And right now, O2 Esports here putting a lot of pressure here onto Sun's Long, knowing he does not have infinite Vastus here, wanting to punish him for the fact that, okay, emergence here drop, annihilation here drop. Okay, so a little bit of a tower pressure here onto Team Secret's bottom lane. So nothing too crazy going on. Tyrant is secure and a healthy 700 gold lead goes to the side of O2 Esports here. But it's Team Secret we're talking about, right? Game 2 between these two teams. Pressure is on to O2 Esports to actually perform and make a comeback play here into the series.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the very little kills on the board just shows like the respect between these two teams, because obviously O2 Esports, no single kill last game, able to get the first on the board this game. Already we've seen progress for the side of O2 Esports. Well, Bright Light's burst catches one. It's actually going to be catching on to Noah there. But there is a takedown. The set cell comes through. It is actually going to be the Tremble Mortals into the backline. Care looking pretty low. It is Shawan with a kill into the backline as well. Annihilation coming through. K1, X1. Boom, boom. Double kill go down. Crucial teleport for the side of Team Secret. They answer the call and they come with 4 kills.
Man, Strand just dunks onto O2 Care here, immediately flashes onto him and executes it, leaving him no room for play. And on a side note, Shi-san making these amazing plays, making this amazing zone control, securing 0 escape path for the side of O2 Esports here, and Son using Infinite Vassals, re-entering the team fight and closing off whatever O2 Esports had as escape path. And Shi-san here, have you caught out? Okay, nothing too crazy as we speak, but definitely a good showcase of what is a team fight, of how to set up a team fight here. A good showing from Team Secret right here.
I mean, honestly, the team fight looked like it was going to go over to the favor of O2, right? Like, they were able to catch off Noir with the Unbridled Outburst, but then after that point, there was just so much more sort of, like, huge, like, AoE, like, crash down from the Tremble Mortals, from Shawan there. It just kind of was, it was enough to catch O2 Esports off guard. T1 falls into the Clash lane. This is definitely where we start to see Team Secret trying to pull back that deficit.
Oh yeah, definitely. Props to Sean for a good damage calculation, knowing how much he can tank, knowing how much damage he can do, and really just...
both huge ultimates being committed again once more. That's both the Tremor Smash and the Tremble Mortals coming through. It doesn't have to catch off many off the side of O2 Esports, but wow, the Unbridled Outburst into both Lian Po and the Monkey there as well. So getting the kill onto Noir goes down once more. So that is already one of the sides of Team Secret's front lines going down. Stun's got to be careful. He could get caught out. He does have the infinite fastness.
Infinite Vest is not burned as of now, but right now O2 Esports here not backing off without a fight right here in game 2 of this series right here. And Annihilation here just to clear off the waves, and a big burst here coming in from Goose Shing, but knowing the fact that he has mass and he can slowly regain his health in the jungle. So O2 Esports here not backing down without a fight in game 2 of this series here, but so far we're looking right here, right? TS Swan on the Lubu, slowly scaling into that third item here. Once he hits that Siege Breaker, he's gonna be an absolute alpha beast. And just by looking at gold lead, he's rocking a 2.3k gold lead over his lane opponent K1. 2.3k is a lot just for one player.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's putting in the work. He's getting the investment back. He's honestly, like, putting everything into this Lubu pick. And again, it's a great kind of performance, right? Because again, this is it's the debut. It's the debut performance of the Lubu. So Shawan is like, hey, I'm going to make a hallmark on this. And people are probably going to try and, like, imitate this throughout the rest of this regular season. And O2 Esports, I mean, they were looking hot in the beginning part of the game. Team Secret was able to come back there. They are still trying to fight that gold lead over to the side of O2 Esports, only behind by about a few hundred gold, so they are still within reach of claiming that back once more. But honestly, this has been a much better game 2 for O2.
Oh yeah, definitely. O2 Esports here in the game 2, matching the rotations, taking turns to defend and attack. And so far, in terms of priority and rotations, O2 Esports are matching what Team Secret has brought to the table in Game 1. And so far, looking at the goalie is looking at the 50-50 for both teams right now. And we might see a big fight happening at the 10th minute mark, maybe at a Tyrant or maybe during a mid lane push.
Yeah, I mean, TS Sun's not had that free roam that he had in game 1, right? Like, they put the early pressure into the T1 for the bot side of the map, so really kind of stunting his growth there and the macro play that we know he's used to and is able to actually perform on. But right now, here we go. There's the burst ram into the Tremor Smash, into the Tremble Mortals, onto X1. That's a lot of damage already gone by the side of O2 Esports. Down goes White, down goes your front line as well as your damage. So already suffering so many losses in this early team fight as we see Team Secret approaching that T1.
Beautiful engagement coming from Lian Po with the burst ram and the Tremor Smash, immediately catching X1 off guard and following with the Tremble Mortal. Oh, damage in!
Oh, the burst damage! Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness, indeed. That is just Team Secret saying that, hey, time to put it up a notch, and let's set the tempo back to Team Secret's tempo here. Back to our team fight discussion just now. The moment Nono got such a beautiful engage onto the end pole, onto X1, the Tremble Mortals casted by Shred immediately follows up with a flash and immediately catching off this X1 player here. And Gushing here, too tanky to be dealt with right now.
He was like, who's thinking, is that a mosquito on my back or is that 4 up the side of O2 Esports? He just was taking it and he's still going. I mean, it's White. White's not going to do a lot of damage on the Zhang Fei here, but X1 right now is definitely going to start to lead a smackdown here. But right now, the Annihilation comes through. They got the Crimson Golem Steel as well.
It. Oh yeah, definitely. And Kongling here might be in a pinch right now in the enemy lines right here. Can he escape right now? The Cavalry's here to bail him out, but is it enough? Dream Room expanded. Alright, Kongling gets out. The General gets out alive and lives to see another day.
Yeah, it was
like... But meanwhile, that's happening right now. Son dangerously low and secures the Shadow Tyrant for the side of Team Secret here.
Yeah, a bit of bait and switch, right? Like, we saw the bait was actually Kongling on the Yao. They was like, hey guys, chase me, we'll get you T1. But however, he was able to escape. He was able to still get the T1, but they did lose the Tyrant, however. So a little bit of like a watch this hand, but this hand's doing something else on the side of Team Secret. But that's going to really kind of pay dividends here for TS Sun, for Shishan as well. A lot of damage coming from this Shadow Tyrant. Care having forced the flash as well.
Oh yeah, and here White being chased down by the Lubu, and top tier 2 goes over the side of Team Secret right now. And Trevor Smash goes in.
Backline, yep, he uses the Trevor Smash straight into the backline just to catch them all off. K1 was like, why is he in the back of our team fight? Like, why is there a Lian Po penetrating our team front line? But honestly, we're seeing a bit of a Hail Mary play there for the bot side of the map. Kongling is trying to get some dominance onto the Gorge once more, making sure he doesn't lose a 2-0 here to Team Secret.
But honestly, if you're a Team Secret fan, you call it worth right here. Sacrificing a roamer for a tier 3 tower at the top lane is definitely worth a lot of tempo here. And right now, O2 Esports here looks to salvage a Overlord here, and it does seem to be the case that they are successing in their take. Okay, Strand comes in.
There's a lot here. Oh, they are able to get it. They use the Embroidered Lightburst to kind of catch off Wuxing, but what pass? Oh my god! There's Xuan coming here with a double kill, and as well, Kongling. K1 goes down. They are sharing kills left, right, and center over to the side of Team Secret right now. Still not happy with that performance. Is Xuan just pushing away White here as they're going to get their T3 into the mid lane. Minions rocking through. This is looking shaky for O2 Esports right now. White just doesn't have enough within his kit to just clear out this minion wave. He's got at least 7 seconds for Care to come back online. But it is looking like Team Secret is going to run this out. A 2-0 against O2 Esports.
Wow! Just when you saw O2 Esports making a team play, trying to get that Overlord, immediately Shren acknowledged the fact that, hey, Care, didn't you just burn flash just now to our monkey? Tremble Mortals comes in, flashes onto 4 members of O2 Esports, annihilating them with the follow-up Impaling Trust, sends 4 members of O2 Esports back to the fountain and ends the game at a convincing 12 minutes, 30 seconds. This Lubu pick, this debut of a Lubu pick is definitely putting in the money.
Yeah, exactly. Putting in the money, bringing in the results for the side of Team Secret as well, right? Because like you were saying there, Sagi, is the fact that they got the Shadow Overlord, but at what cost? And again, it's just that kind of like old-time tale that it's like, yes, you get the resources, yes, you get the objectives, but you got to make sure you're turning it into something as well. It has to be the victory at that point. But Team Secret knew they had to go in, they had to wipe out the team, because if they didn't, they would play for the long game at that point.
Oh yeah, definitely. And looking at Team Secret Swan right here, rocking a 606, 4 items. He was the carry of Team Secret right here. Having the Pure Sky, Demon's Bane, even the Siege Breaker here. For those people, for those fans out there, viewers right there who play the Lubu, who favors the Lubu, you know for a fact, once Lubu hits that Siege Breaker, it's a dominating item that shapes the hero into an immediate threat. And knowing for a fact that he has hit his power spike, that Tremble Mortals above the pit of the Shadow Vanguard was devastating.
Oh, so devastating. I mean, that's 606 KDA as well. I mean, honestly, the Siege Breaker coming through as well as the Demon's Bane. Again, it's just to kind of like trying to mitigate the damage coming here from Care, because even if he took a few blows from Care there, thanks to the Demon's Bane, he was able to survive and just go back in. And honestly, Xuan in both of these games has had stellar performance. And honestly, I feel like he takes MVP this time around as well.
Oh yeah, rocking that 505 on Yin, getting countless engages, rocking that 606 on Lubu, masterclass of a performance for the debut of this hero. Honestly speaking, guys, this match seems unstoppable in the Clash Gen for today, for the series at the very least. So, my question is, O2 Esports, another devastating loss against a top 4 team. Do they have a plan to come back and climb so they can secure their top 6 slot for them to have more time to cultivate their team, cultivate their macro mechanics, macro skills, so that they can actually be a contender for KWC?
I mean, they have to, right? They need to do something, but like, we're gonna look at the post-game stats here to see where all the damage actually came through from Team Secret, because honestly, it should be like Shishan, it should be Sun that's doing a lot of damage as well, but look at that Shawan with the 63.1k damage dealt. I mean, that's all thanks to the true damage that you get from this Lubu, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. The Impaling Trust, the Tremble Mortals, all this dunk that he did, damage calculation, how much damage he can absorb before using the Tremble Mortals. Everything was calculated by this man, Swan himself. And look at that. It's not on a usual day that you see a Clash lane rocks the highest damage dealt and 100% team fight rate.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole MO though, right? The fact, if Lubu's not in the team fight, what is Lubu doing? Like, he has no real kind of other utility within the Gorge other than having that huge team fight impact, like using the Tremble Mortal onto the back line and pairing that with the Lian Po as well, right? She kind of baiting out a lot of the flashes, a lot of the common skills from your enemy team already with that huge ultimate, and then Shawan just comes in with Lubu with the Tremble Mortals. It's like, guys, you dodged one, but can you dodge two? And the answer to that question, no.
No, indeed. Definitely. Team Secret here drafting Guxing onto the Monkey, drafting Nuo onto this Lianpo here. The prerequisite to setting up the Lubu for success. Baiting out, like you said, the common spells, the flash, all these movement spells on the side of O2 Esports here. Then the Lubu comes in with the Tremble Mortals, jumps in, dunks on the side of O2 Esports, securing himself so much damage dealt.
Oh, so much damage as well as obviously the gold as well. He took the gold lead at 10.4k gold overall from his team, peeping both Guxing and Sun there, and look at that. That was just like a steady climb for the side of Team Secret. Honestly, the flat line there just really pays dividends to O2 Esports though, right? In that early game, right about the 4-minute mark, they were honestly on point. They were just trying to go blow for blow. They were able to get the first blood as well, which kind of gave them a little bit of the lead in the first place. But then it was just kind of that huge team fight down to the bot side of the map that really just kind of upset the whole motion of the ocean of O2.
Oh yeah, definitely. Looking at the two Tyrant stats coming from O2 Esports, yes, they in fact lost the match and the series, but yet again, they played a pretty good early game. They secured themselves 2 Tyrants, first bloods here and there, and a Shadow Overlord. Is just Shen on the Lubu, pretty unstoppable. And if you were to see the gold shot, I do think that every Tremble Mortals that he has casted has affected the gold chart somehow in a positive way for Team Secret.
Yeah, it'd be worth something to go back, right? Like, just go, like, having the gold graph there on the side, going back to that points in the game and be like, right, was that a Tremble Mortal? Put a dot on the map. Is that another one? Put a dot on the map and just see the correlation there between those two. But honestly, I would probably agree with you without even doing those, scientific investigations going through there, Sagi.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely speaking that right now, Team Secret here solidifying themselves at the 4th place, being the gatekeepers of these bottom 4 teams right now. So Team Secret here, showcasing a masterclass of a Game 1 and Game 2. And of course, who else is the MVP than TS Strand, rocking that Lubu with a 606 KDA, 32% damage dealt, by the way, Blam.
Huge, right? I mean, he's taken away the love hearts. He's just looking at you disappointingly. He's like, guys, come on. That was Lubu's debut, and you didn't have anything to answer for it. He was literally like judging you like a parent would, but honestly, that performance was stellar.
Stellar performance indeed, and just like the character's backstory, a general to be feared, a general below one person, and definitely someone to be feared with. Right now, TS Strand rocking that back-to-back MVP, 505 on the Mayin, 606 on the Lubu here. The man can set plays, the man can carry. What else can the man not do?
I mean, at this point, we don't know, right? But I mean, that's what the rest of the regular season's going to be there to answer that question. But we're going to see those huge game highlights and those huge Tremble Mortals here. Look at this. I mean, this is where it all kind of started to happen. This is where it just came into fruition. Was like, oh, what are we dealing with here? This is a monster.
Oh yeah, definitely. Look at how well his damage calculation was. Even that was before the Pure Sky, right? He annihilated Care. Care did not expect so much damage coming out from Lubu. They thought they got the Lubu and executed him, and this was the one. Nono here zoning out X1, setting up his Lubu for success. X1 here, he has flash, but he got immediately annihilated here.
Yeah, I mean, again, the Annihilation coming here set up Sun as well. Getting his only kill on the board that time around, though. I mean, it's still better than no kills that he got in the first game, but we have to give it over to his macro for the first game. But again, this is where it all went down from the side of O2 Esports. They get the Shadow Overlord. They lose the team fight. He is rinsing through O2 Esports here. The damage is just so much. O2 Esports was like, guys, what happened here?
Yeah, what happened there indeed. Just looking at the last fight there, that was insane. Tremble Mortals catching onto one guy. He flashes in, repositions his swipe onto K1 and X1. X1 doesn't expect that much damage, right? Immediately he follows up with the spear, then destroys him, obliterates him off Hero's Gorge. That is such a fair Lubu Blam.
A very, very fair Lubu and a very, very quick series nonetheless, right? A bit of a sort of counterpart to the first series of the day that we watched there. TS taking a 2-0 against O2 Esports for those new just joining in onto the stream there. But honestly, AG Global going against BSC. What are you expecting for this one, Sagi?
All right, spicy matchup, right? AG Global here, a bit of backstory. Yes, they ended HOK S3's run at top 8, but that's without their core player PHY in their mid lane, right?
Yep.
And they defeated BSE once during the HOK S3 qualifiers for the Malaysia side, right? So right now, BSE, they are 2 times champions in KC 2024 in HOK S2. So they're coming in hot, looking for a comeback onto AG right now. And what are stakes in line? Both teams did lose to Nova Esports here. So right now they are battling to secure their point for the second seed for a better playoff placement. So definitely every point counts for these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, BSE are definitely looking for a former glory, trying to retain that one. Obviously, both they were the KC 2024 champions, but at the same time, AG Global have got something to prove, right? I mean, there's been a lot of smack talk on the social medias, especially with the rankings of these teams, right? And everybody ranking AG Global at the bottom. AG's like, we've got something to prove too. We've got respect to prove, and there is pride on the line for the side of BSC. So it's going to be respect going against pride for the second place within the regular season. So don't go anywhere, guys. We are going to go into a short break before we get into this banger of a series and definitely the match of the day. So don't go anywhere. Stay in the chat, get some food, get some snacks. See you soon.
”我觉得你们还是跟牛逼阶级一起去做晚风吧。比赛最后实行不适合你们。
我把训练赛给你们打出自信了是吧？我们不用训练赛都能吊打你。
This is to Team Secret.
Look in my eyes. 3, 2, 1.
Traitor. O2 啊，我的前队友啊，我的张飞随便吼你5个啊，准备回家洗洗睡吧。
我觉得我们的打野一个人。
你们 AG 不就是全部别人不要的选手才凑起来的一队吗？说单歪了没？
Victory!
Yeah! Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
dangerous element removed. Supercore enabled! Always at the front line! Even the most advanced mecha modifications can't remove the propensity for violence. The first rule of mechas: never bully the weak. It seems that your alloy brain is malfunctioning.
Lives are so complicated.
Welcome to Honor of Kings, the update with the most perks ever. A great battle is about to begin in the new season.
All alone?
New mode, platform bounce, quick join team fight.
You know I'm ready to feast, out of the belly at least, I'm ready to eat. They wanna bury the beast, but did it nefariously. I'm back active, rap action, leg work and some back spasm. Not me, but I'm back spazzing. Not now, but you wanna be great. Ain't nothing left that I came to say. Show me.
It's High Five Day. No one loses.
All about another round.
High Five Day. Tons of team perks.
Innkeeper, this is from the guest upstairs. Huh? My, I'm rich. He said it was a repayment. Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the men? Let the 12 houses keep it safe for you. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on! We're just playing around! Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Allow me? Your prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
If only I had an opening, this would never have happened!
Those tears of the broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MKL Spring Season 2025. I am Blam, and with me once more for the last series of the day is Sagi, and we're going to get into probably the nittiest, grittiest, but also for pride and glory is BSE going against AG Global.
Oh man, what a series to end the day for MKL Week 3 Day 1. Especially after the first two series that we saw. It's like a pretty good storyline, right?
Yep.
First series, Todak versus DTE Gaming. It was a back and forth fight. A very intense of a series per se. And then into the game series 2, we have O2 Esports against Team Secret. A domination of a series coming in from Team Secret. And finally, the featured matchup, the final matchup of the day, we present to you AG Global versus Black Shoe Esports. And if that's not what a banger, I'm expecting an absolute cinema between these two teams.
Absolutely. It should be a lot of back and forth, right? I feel like it should be the best parts, the both of the series we've had already today in the week of 3, day 1 of MKL Spring Season 2025. If it isn't, I'll be very disappointed, but I know both of these teams can perform to that caliber, and I expect nothing less from them.
Of course, maybe we might see a 2-0, but if that 2-0 happens, it might be a full-fledged back and forth 2-0 that we are going to see. If it's a 2-1, it's definitely going to be a banger of a 2-1 where both teams as well will go back and forth or dominate each other in one game and the second game. So I am really looking forward to more picks such as the Lubu from the last series that we've seen so far. AG so far has shown us a very, very special pick, which is the Mi Yue in the jungle. So are they going to show us more special picks?
Potentially. We could potentially look at that one, but we are going to look at the current standings in a moment. So seeing what it is like until we get to this last game of the day. So seeing where the 4 teams have played already today, let's see where they are right now. So obviously not much has changed. Team Secret is still top 4, but DTE are now 5th rather than 7th. So switching places with O2 Esports, and Todak is up to 6 as well. So O2 Esports after today, not having the greatest place where they probably want to be within the regular season. But like I keep saying to those viewers at home, this is only halfway through the regular season. There is still plenty of time for these teams to fight back and try and get into the top 6 places.
Oh yeah, definitely. And looking at DTE Gaming's match win and lose so far, they are 2-3 in the standings, rocking that 5th place, a very safe zone. And if you were to think a storyline for DTE Gaming, right, they are crowned the Dark Horse. So are they trying to slowly creep up on Team Secret and knock them out of their 4th slot place and secure themselves an even better placing into the playoffs if they can? And on the side of 6, 7, and 8, we have the Brothers in Arms looking to fight amongst each other to secure a slot in the top 6. So we have Toda, we have O2 Esports, we have Seoul Esports. So all of them are in a pinch right now in week 3. But as you say, we are still halfway through. We still have until week 5. So there's still plenty of time. Maybe not plenty, but there's still sufficient time for these teams to really find a way to punch their ticket into the playoffs of MKL.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double round robin, right? So these teams are going to fight each other twice. But back on your narrative there about DTE and Team Secret, again, the good thing about week 3 is that match actually takes place on the last day of week 3, right? We're going to get DTE going against Team Secret with the second match of the day within day 3 of week 3. So that question won't take long to answer because we only got 2 days into that point, right? And that's going to be a really feisty match to watch because that's going to kind of like really see if they can put themselves into the top 4 place or get taken down by Team Secret once more. But honestly, Team Secret, after that game, that was so good. So good.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially they showed us a masterclass performance onto the Lubu, showing us that these picks are actually, although non-conventional, but it works on the right hands of the right player. So Shren there definitely deserved that back-to-back MVP that we've seen so far. Definitely a masterclass of performance on the Lubu, showing us these Tremble models, these setups. And especially, it's not just a personal performance, right? I do believe that Team Secret on the strategic level, in game as well, really set up this Lubu for success.
Oh, very much so, right? I mean, the fact that they had the Liam Poe as well to kind of like complement it. But let's look at the teams are going to face today on this match 3 of day 1. And first up is going to be AEG Global, that is represented by Saber as the support, Dalhan into the Clash lane, PHY into the mid lane, JD into the farm lane, and then Yulong into the jungle.
Oh yeah, and on the side of Black Shoe Esports are Honor of Kings S2 champions and KC 2024 champions. We have BSE, the Crown Boy Musang King in the jungle, BSE Zihong in the mage mid lane, Xiang in the Clash lane, Dian, their newest import from China, the experienced man in the roam, and JR in the farm lane. So for both these two teams, the matchup, as we stated before, although the stakes are still moderate, it's still a game where they have to a lot to express. BSE here looking to take revenge on the loss they have taken from AG Global since the Honor of Kings S3 Malaysian qualifiers in the lower semifinals. AG Global here looking to put their name on the Malaysian bracket, looking to prove that we are not just a fluke. We're actually here to take hold of the top 3 spot in Malaysia MKL.
Exactly right. I mean, honestly, when that first moment came around in AEG Global back then at the Season 3 qualifiers, like took out all like the top 3 of the Malaysian League, I was just like, at that point, they piqued my interest. Season 3, however, wasn't quite their best performance, but again, they didn't quite have their main roster, so kind of makes sense that they weren't able to kind of perform to that level as they did within the Malaysian qualifier for Season 3. But honestly, Black Shoe Esports, they also captured my eye as well, because that kind of macro play that we see from the likes of TS Sun was definitely the first time I ever noticed that down into the farm lane was from JR. And honestly, I feel like JR is going to be bringing that in this best of 3 as well, showing that macro gameplay that not only happens from the Clash laners, but also the farm laners as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially all these macro rotations, it's never down to one person's exceptional macro knowledge. It's always a team's effort. A team's discipline will set them up for success if they have what it takes to push their macro level, push their discipline to a very nice level. So at this point, you can talk about, hey, what is discipline? Discipline states something like you do not appear at places that you do not need to be. For example, Tordak versus DTE Gaming just now, the carriers were mispositioned into the river. That is discipline. There's no need to go for a fight when there's no objective. That's why in these high tier teams combat, we always see very little kill count. It's not because they don't want to fight. It's because when they fight, it's about objectives. It's about the buffs. It's about a specific tower or someone in the side lane, right? And so far in the side lane here, right, all these top teams, the information flow is very clear and concise. Someone's rotating, someone's ganking you, we're immediately being fed information that, hey, you should be backing off now. And with discipline backing you up, that person will immediately back off because he has the correct mental on macro and discipline.
Exactly. I mean, they're setting up their team fight to be kind of like pro-optimal, right? Like they want to kind of have their proficiency into the side lanes and then go into the team fights as well. But we're going to look at the side selection as well. AG Global staying on brand with the red side, and then it's actually going to be BSE getting the blue side here. So they're looking to try and get that Prio Blue come through. In terms of BSE, Prio Blue history, what have they normally gone for?
Well, in terms of history, we have seen they have put a lot of focus onto the early rather than the Mai Shiranui. In terms of the player's proficiency, it's not that Zihong is unable to play these mage assassins, but traditionally speaking, Zihong does function well when he's picking the Shangguan and Zolia combo that we have seen so far in HOKS2 and KC 2024. But in recent patches I've seen for BSE, they have not really valued the Mai Shiranui as much compared to the early or Dia. So on the side of AG Global, right, you might want to just open some few bands here so you can trade blows. You get one OP, I get one OP, or furthermore that we've seen so far, some teams, they just blatantly open up the pool. You get one early, I get the Mai Shiranui and the Dia. So it can be a battle of wits between the two coaches on how they plan this pick and ban and how they formulate this draft into a advantage for his or her team, right? So right now, stakes are relatively moderate as we've spoken just now, but BSE taking blue side is definitely a very good strategic choice.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think between these two teams, there's a little bit of a difference between the jungle playstyle. BSE, Musang King generally likes to go for like the tankier kind of picks going into the jungle, whereas Yulong has generally been sort of like very sufficient and very proficient with those assassins, right? I believe I remember once watching the Jing performance from this player, and look, it's like poetry in motion. I didn't even know this was coming up. You can literally, if you're a betting man, bet on me because I didn't know this head-to-head was going up. But look at that though. So far, Musang King is taking every little kind of aspect into these head-to-heads into his favor. That is scary for the side of AG.
Of course, looking at the head-to-head, as you mentioned, rocking the average KD of 7.3 against a 3.1. Just what kind of games have AG been playing? But honestly speaking, we have seen AG really just limit testing against slightly weaker teams in the MKL bracket. So they tend to play hyper aggressive instead of BSE style of calm collector macro rotations, right? So AG having a slightly lesser KDA and GPN does make more sense because they are a very fight heavy team.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, honestly, the thing is with the BSE as well, you can, even if you get like a solid early game victory over them, you can't kind of count them out that they're going to get the victory for themselves, because it kind of seems like it was their MO from like all the way last year, where they would kind of maybe kind of show a bit of a glimpse of a defeat there, but then you'd notice that their goal lead was always in their favor. And right now it kind of shows here within the head-to-head that the fact Musang King is ahead by around about 10 gold per minute over to Yulong. So already seeing that, it looks like it's going to be the same kind of story for BSE. So even if you think you've got them pinned down in the early game, they may have their resources leading up to them. They may have the potential in their resources to be in their favor, and then they kind of just scale you that way.
Oh yeah, definitely. We are definitely looking into two teams of very different playstyles, where AG really loves these brawls, these skirmishes in the jungle, all these small skirmishes in the side lane, whereas BSE, they don't really like to fight you when there's no objectives involved per se, right? So if there's objective, you see BSE. If there's no objective, they are just clearing waves left, right, in the side lanes, making sure that they are sufficiently farmed for this 10-minute Tyrant or Overlord fight, right? So right now, my question is, if you were to look at these two teams head and head, we can't really derive a lot of like expectations coming in, as we see both teams currently in terms of standings, they are ranked second, tied for both teams. In terms of scores, they are 4-1, both losing the deciding series against Nova Esports. But as you say, it's only the first round robin, and this is the first time they have met since the start of MKL spring season.
Exactly, yeah, you don't want to kind of shine too bright too fast, but this is why you do the double round robin, right? It's because not only are you trying to sort of like secure yourself into the top 6, you want to give time for these teams to kind of adjust to each other naturally. Yes, these teams have probably scrimmed against each other before playing in the regular season, but it doesn't really matter until it gets onto that competitive scene, right? Like they always bring a different flavor once they're on the stage, and that's why we're starting to see that, yes, we've seen them, they may have taken like 2-1 victories or lost 1-2 victories to some teams, or even taken stomps in their stride by accident. But that's why you have the double round robin. You can go again, try and figure out your opponent and see if you can turn that around for yourself.
Oh yeah, definitely. Right now we are looking at both teams geared up, just minutes away from starting the actual pick and ban. But right now, let's really think about the stakes, right? Actually, if you were to think about stakes, right, winning this really does matter to their standings, because if they're really undefeated throughout the entire split later on of week 4 and week 5, the winning team of today really can set up the tempo for being the second place or even the first place of MKL regular season, thus securing them a better spot at the playoffs.
True, very, very true. I mean, like you said, it is all to play for the second place today between BSC and AG Global. But this is where it's all going to start to go down, right? Where the picture starts to get painted. We are setting and prepping our canvas, which is the BP. And it's going to be a very similar tale. Luna, Pei, Ali all being banned out here. And I'm going to be looking at it. Yeah, it's the Zhongfei as the ban as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. BSE's DM plays a nasty Zhongfei. His damage calculation, his timing of engage is top notch. That's why we see the Long is actually prioritized rather than the Dia or Maestro for a side of Black Shrew Esports here. And knowing AG Global, they know JR and how well he plays his early. They ban it out instead of the Maestro, as we mentioned before. Zihong does not really benefit from picking all these Maestro picks. It's not really up to his playstyle, but it's more up to the team's draft or the team's tempo here. And Lady Sun here immediately gets locked in as the answer to Long. And it seems to me that the week 3 draft has lesser priority here on the Dia and Maestro Blanc.
Yeah, exactly. They're looking at sort of like Mayin could still come through here for Black Shrew Esports, right? I mean, Xiang on this pick could be very damaging for the side of AG Global, but it is actually going to be Daohan picking up the Byron. So going for a little bit more of an access into the back line, sustainability into these team fights, as well as trying to protect JD on this Lady Sun. But once more, I'm getting the Blam fan service. The guy that brought out the Agudo within KC 2024 once more is Musang King.
Oh yeah, BSE back to their basics, bringing out the Agudo and pairing up with a Dharma. So after the bat, we've seen a very well-rounded comp with Teamfight and Sieging on the side of Black Shrew Esports here. And AG Global here, locking in that Lam, reducing any chance of Long's capability to survive in the team fights here. So already from the bat, Lam and Biron here, both picks very, very strong in terms of the side lane pressure here. And AG Global responding with a Maestro ban, Black Shrew Esports here answering as well with a Lianpo ban.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to sort of like go up against any sort of like counter AoE onto the side of AG Global, right? Like the Lianpo into the likes of Agudo, Musang King here means that not only can you kind of knock off Xiang on the Dharma, you can kind of disrupt the whole kind of wall growth, expecting the healing to come through, and then all of a sudden you got Tremor Smash right on top of your noggin, and then like that's 4 of your teammates knocked up to the sky, and then that's when like Lady Sun and both the Byron come through and just kind of catch up those Lonely Stranglers, right? But looking over here, they do want to try and maybe go for something that's more CC orientated here, because I mean, if you look at that Zhuang Se ban there, I mean, that's the whole point of the Zhuang Se, right? Is the fact that they were able to kind of get CC immunity for the whole team.
Oh yeah, definitely the butterfly effect being removed here from the side of AG Global's potential picks here is definitely great. And the idea as a 4th pick here, being locked in for the AG Global here. And traditionally speaking, as Dian, he locks in the Dong Huang. Wow, another showcase of a first pick here coming in from MKL Spring Season 2025, Blam.
I'm being treated.
And Dong Huang.
I'm being treated.
You're being treated really. So Dong Huang and Gamo here, there's a specific combo here. So this Dong Huang is gonna be on lockdown duty for the Lam and the Biron. Whoever comes in first will be treated with couple swords immediately to their face. So That's definitely one thing they have to look out for. So right now, in terms of draft, BSE rocking that long, that Agudo and Dharma being their core 3 carries here, lots of firepower, but lacking that consistent DPS as we've seen so far. AG Global here, 4 seconds left, they lock in the Shi, and PHY on this Shi, his Silk imprint has been a beast so far we've seen in this split. So right now, both teams here, very spicy draft coming into this first game.
Very spicy draft, especially with the Dong Huang approaching us here as well. The Forsaken contract is going to be the thing that kind of tries to lock down the Lam or the Byron here, or even potentially just try and take off the Lady Sun off the table, right? Because, I mean, that's where a lot of the damage from AG Globals actually come from, especially towards the late game. In the early game, she is going to pack a punch as well, thanks to the roll and raid, and also be able to try and sort of like tease those turret takedowns as well. But honestly, Dong Huang here is going to be a potential upset for the side of AG Global.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially we want to think, is this Dong Huang going to go for the Roman item of Radiance or Howl? So if Howl, we're gonna see 5-man strong rushing into the face of AG Global, using the Dharma's Truth Mantra, using the Sacred Contract onto the side of Dong Huang. So game 1 between this legendary of a series will be commencing right now between Blackstreet Esports and All Gamers Global here, Blam. I am feeling excited for this match.
Oh, absolutely. But I think the thing about the Dong Huang pick here for Dion is going to be interesting because there's a lot of burst onto the side of Blackstreet Esports, and obviously the Forsaken contract is going to be punishing as well. Yep, PHY is just kind of trying to get a rotation. The fast wave clear is just what the PHY is really going to be trying to get here with the shirt pick, right? Like just trying to give access and help to either Dohan or go down to the side of the map. But AG gets first blood on the side of Blackstreet Esports.
And of course, JD and Saber here, drafting the Lady Sun and Yadia, absolute dominance of the lane against the Long and Dong Huang here. So that's one point that we did not cover just now, but of course, AG here drafting this wave makes it so that the laning phase will be a heck of a tough time for JR onto this Long. So props to JD and Saber and AG Global for drafting such a lane dominant bully so far in the early game. So right now, we want to see this Dong Huang, right? So as we know, Dian is a player that, yes, he's an amazing player of a roam, but in terms of playing a utility roam such as Dahlia or any healing roam, it's not up to expectations because he cannot really utilize his full potential as an imported player with lots of experience. So they love to put Dian as a engaged core, as someone who has the priority in doing engages, and a small bully, a small wave here coming from the top side, no person harm, and JD here just bullying this JR from the wave.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see here that they're just trying to get the lane dominance here into the bot side of the map, but honestly, BSE know they're playing on the timer, right? Like, if they can actually force AG Global into the late game, that's where JR is going to shine, right? I mean, they could try and punish him like we saw O2 Esports punish Team Secret in the last game where they take away their T1, so it's not as easy farming for him. But at the same time, the Gudo jungle pick here doesn't really need that much farm either, so a lot of the farm towards the mid to the late game could easily go over JR if he's behind.
Wow, look at that flash Silk imprint coming from PHY, forcing out the flash from Zihong, and immediately this game has blown off many summoner spells in the early game so far, Blam. So right now, right, 2.5 minutes into the first game of the draft. Oh, cross realization into the mid lane.
Oh, huge. Xiang with the Truth Mantra connects onto the side of AG Global. It's going to be PHY going down as they're able to put pressure into this mid lane. Means that they're going to be able to try and take this Azure Golem. And we all know how fatal the Azure Golem is for a pick like the Lam.
And especially the Azure Golem goes to Zihong on the Ganmo, and that's just going to be more couple swords towards the side of the mid lane, and mid priority will be a heck of a breeze for the side of Zihong to secure, and thus slowly scaling a better laning phase for JR, maybe giving him a better breathing room right now. And of course, Yang and Musang King, you noticing the fact that, oh, top lane fight?
Yeah, they're not going to fight here. They don't have the wave. They don't have the wave. They don't have the wave. It's fine. But, I mean, you can see here, Dohan is just trying to push the wave here. It means that he can now go back to his T1 retreat. Maybe even try and contest this Fire Beak here. But it's not. He gets a smite on it. It's going to be going over to Musang King. He doesn't want to drop any resources anytime soon.
And especially here, Dolphin here, playing the Byron, seems like he's buying a Blazing Cape as a first item, not a conventional Byron build so far. Maybe he's trying to be the front line that AG needs while Yulong plays his Assassin Lam, right?
Yeah.
Actually a very intuitive build so far. Very props to him. A very good respect for realizing the situation.
So I mean, the need for the AoE and wheel for the Agudo, right? They need to get rid of the healing aspects of the wild growth. So honestly, and damage over time as well, right? Like it definitely does the damage over time, and you can kind of see the difference of taking the Blazing Cape rather than not taking it.
Oh yeah, definitely. That is a very good point as well. Since Blazing Cape provides the passive Imperil, Imperil reduces the healing of the enemy team. So a very good pickup here coming in from AG's Daohen, being the sole tank of all gamers global here. And that's the Blazing Cape being picked up. So 4-man strong going to the bot side of AG Global might be trying to force his tower down, but a fast wave good comes in from all gamers. So this early game, right? We're tight neck to neck. Nothing too crazy so far. 1-to-1 kills. So yeah, these two top teams, man. So nothing too crazy being opened up so far.
Nothing too crazy, but obviously, as you said there, Yulong is going to be going into the more assassin kind of build. You can see him already sort of build the second tier item of the Rapturous Bite, as well as looking at the Meteor here, which could either go into Axe of Torment or even Starbreaker. It's going to be the Axe of Torment this time around. He's ahead about 4 gold difference overall, but it looks like AG going to go for the first T1, trading it across the map actually. JR gets the dominance into the bot side of the map.
Oh yeah, so both teams just trading blows onto the turret, onto the side, so nothing too crazy as we mentioned so far, as these two teams, like I said during the pre-game draft, as we said during the discussion, these teams, they do not like to take any unnecessary fights. They like to take it slow, calm and steady. They only fight when there's an objective or sufficient vision involved into the team play. So right now, both teams really prioritizing priority and for the side of Black Steel Esports, are they going to rotate to this Byron? Doesn't seem to be the case. So right now, a very peaceful and steady early game so far at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, again, I think we expected nothing less, right? There's a lot of respect on the gorge between these two teams, and like you said, they only really take fights when there is objectives to be captured, and right now there's nothing to really be captured, just kind of trying to mitigate the control of these vanguards coming through right now. But honestly, in terms of how the mid lane looks, it definitely looks a little bit more healthier to the side of Black True than it does over the side of AG. But in terms of the gold lead as well, Black True is slowly kind of like mounting it up. The winds do connect onto Yulong as well as the Flaming Palms. They do take a lot of damage onto him, but Daohai into the backside of the team fight. It's actually going to be Musan King picking off Saber as well. Daohai looking pretty low. It is going to be a double kill going over to Musan King on the Agudo.
Wow, Musan King timing his Blood Rage, timing his Gorge Mobilization. For those who don't know, Gorge Mobilization provides this CC immunity. It cleanses off one-time CC, thus allowing him to use the Blood Rage, stall so much time, even though PS5 got such a nice silk imprint onto him. And making a 1-for-2 exchange so far, so still a very even game for both teams here. So let's talk about how both teams want to approach the team fights, right? Looking at the side of Black Steel Esports here, you have Dian on the Donghuang, you have Xiang onto the Dharma here. So look, those are your two core engages here, right? You want to look for big engages, maybe look for the Howl, maybe look for the Radiance, charge towards enemies backline, right? So on the side of AG, right, you want to protect AG Yulong, you want to protect AG JD, thus that's why AG Daohen on the Byron is going full tank instead of the conventional Axe of Torment, Pure Sky type of route, right? So my question is, right now, JD here, scaling to a 5.2k gold lead. Yulong scaling to a 5.6k gold lead. Oh, Gorge Mobilization here. Not okay. So yeah, back to my point.
Sure. A bit of a premature.
yeah. So back to my point right here, Blam. So JD and Yulong are pretty well fed here. We have to see the 10-minute mark where how both teams look to execute a team fight. Can Xiang and Dian get these amazing engages? Look at that. Dian just completed his haul. He's ready to make these big engages, and DSE Xiang just rotated towards this move up, and a fight is about to break out.
Bench breaker indeed. I mean, they're taking a bit of a fight around the Azure Golem, but it's going to be ultimately JR getting the T2 down into the far lane, which is going to be crucial for the side of AG Global because they are now going to have less of a safety net to go through. Dowhead isn't able to get that Azure Golem. It's going to go over to Musan King. So down goes Dowhead, and down goes the Azure Golem. That's slowly but surely cementing that gold lead for Black True Esports.
Oh yeah, definitely towards the tempo of Black Steel Esports right now. Definitely a calm, steady tempo. As we say, they love playing the objective. What was the objective just now? It was the Azure Golem. They fought around the Azure Golem. They won around the Azure Golem, immediately rotating for the mid lane tower. And then what's after mid lane tower? It's back to the Tyrant. After the Tyrant, it's back to farming their own jungle. It's such a methodical, slow, but precise kind of tempo that you can expect from such a top tier team.
Yeah, it's well timed, and like they say, every good thing comes in threes, right? Azure Golem, Tyrant, T1 into the mid lane. I mean, that seems like to me an early game trinity of an Honor of King's objectives if I've ever heard of one.
Oh man, exactly. And even though that was happening, I think before the fight happened around the Azure Golem, they even secured themselves a tier 2 at the bottom lane as well. So AG Global here, from that one player itself, blew the gold lead to a 3,000 right now, and they're not looking at the top side right now.
Not good at the top side, but I mean, they're trading a T2 potentially here for a T1 down to the bot side. I don't think that's a good trade, chap, but at the same time, we're seeing here a potential bit of a fight. We do have a bit of the critters coming through here just to put a bit of pressure to force away the side of AG Global. They potentially could get the T2 down into the bot side of the map. They've got to be careful, though. Yulong is susceptible to a lot of CC onto the side of Black Shrew.
That is definitely true as well, but look at Yulong though. He's behind enemy lines and no one has spotted his vision yet. BSEDM might check him out right here. Oh, he's gonna suppress it!
Suppression, yep, the Forsaken contract comes through, and the Forsaken behind enemy lines is not gonna be fruitful for the side of AG Global. It is gonna be Yulong getting taken down here. We do have quite a good dominance here for the side of Black Shrew Esports into the top side of the map, setting up this Shadow Tyrant. And again, it's the same telling story that we've seen already in the past 2 games, Argy, is whoever controls the Tyrant in the early game seems to be winning the matches.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially for that play specifically alone. DN got that Forsaken contract onto Yulong, and that was around 10-minute mark where the Shadow Tyrant has spawned. So there's no counterplay or answer play coming from AG because they don't have a jungler nor the smite to secure a counter objective here. So props to BSE, props to DN for spotting out this flank from AG Yulong.
Yeah, again, it was a really good face check, right? Like, they knew if he's going to be anywhere, he's going to be behind the neutral objective, right? He's probably waiting for potentially Musang King to be alone to try and take a 1v1 there. But honestly, the way Black Shrew Esports are playing, they're playing very much close to the chest. Like, they're very close-knitted in terms of how this team is kind of assembling around themselves.
Oh yeah, definitely. And right now, back to basics. Black Shrew Esports utilizing the Shadow Tyrant, countering the Crimson Golem here. And looking at the AG side, they are banking on Yulong, on the Slam to look for these big flank engages. And look at BSEDN. He's actively scouting the jungle, looking for the whereabouts of Yulong. So Yulong here, having a very pressured time right here. I would say this Forsaken contract from DN, this pick alone, this Donghwan pick alone, has been working out wonders for the side of Black Shrew Esports.
It's not only that, though, as well, right? Like, I mean, even though Donghwan Dion here doesn't have the most items, he's still going to be able to sort of, like, tank the damage from Yulong, maybe exhaust some of the skills come through as well. But right now, we're seeing that AG Global are trying to kind of force a fight around the Shadow Overlord, but Dowhen doesn't want to get caught out here. He is a strong piece of front line for the side of AG. He's just zipping around. He's got the resistance and sustain so far. Siang and Musang King are looking to collapse onto them, where we see AG looking to push into the mid lane as they get the high ground turret for themselves.
Wow, beautiful macro here coming from BSE, and even securing a kill on AG's Dowhen's Baron. So they dragged AG left and right, securing the mid tower while securing the kill on AG Dowhen as well. Masterclass of a performance so far in game 1 between BSE and AG Global here.
Yeah, playing a little bit of an unorthodox game here, but right now it's going to be PSE that are definitely playing for the win in this one. JD down, PHY and Saber down, and this is going to be the crystal for game 1, surely, for the side of BSE with a 12-minute and 30-second victory.
Wow! Amazing game of macro rotations and knowing their priority, focusing on what's the objective and fighting around the objective by Black Shrew Esports here. And I want to give like a compliment towards the coaching staff of Black Shrew Esports. Whoever suggested the pick of Donghwan here deserves a raise there. That Donghwan immediately limits making the Lam useless. I want to say useless, but he didn't have much of an impact that game if you were to see just now, right?
Yeah, it limits his impact. He's not useless, it just limits his impact. But it's kind of like it's a better kind of counter to what a Liang normally shows. Like in the other leagues, whenever an alarm comes through or anybody that's high frames, they generally like to lock in something like the Liang because they know that even if they get the suppression, it's not going to punish their support or their mid lane. But because obviously with the Forsaken contract, the reason why it's called Forsaken contract is yes, you get the suppression, but you also take the same amount of damage as your enemy that's currently suppressed within that Forsaken contract. So being Dion on this Donghwan didn't actually use the Forsaken contract that much. He was just there to try and just get the vision onto Yulong.
Oh yeah, definitely. Dion, although he's not rocking the best KDA, let's look at it. 008. Oh yeah, it's actually a pretty good KDA, but I gotta give props to this man. His Forsaken contract, it was never wasted a single moment. I do feel like every Forsaken contract was used to really zone off whoever that's in front of the core carries, which is who? BSE Zihong on the Gun and Mo. JR on the long. So all this, he played it out so patiently, so methodically, and BSE, just as they suggest, really showed us how to play a calm, collected game of Honor of Kings in Heroes Gorge in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like for the side of Black Shrew Esports, you know, normally when you're having that back and forth between these two teams, you get a bit of a like caster anxiety, like, oh my gosh, like what's going to happen? I'm not too sure what's going to pop off. But Black Shrew Esports, I just felt calm. I felt like I was listening to kind of like ocean music. I was like, they're winning, but they're winning calmly. This is a very strange kind of sensation that I'm having right now. But honestly, they were very methodical. They were very clear with how they were going to win this game.
Oh yeah, definitely. Getting the right engages on the right time at the right objective. Everything was really according to their books. The macro play was immaculate. It was just immaculate from the side of Black Shrew Esports, Blam.
Absolutely. I mean, definitely. I don't have any qualms with it. I couldn't pick any holes in how they played that one, right? I mean, they didn't really drop many lives either over to their side as well. JR played a fantastic macro game, as you can see here. Lung just basically being used as a little bit more of a siege mechanic rather than laying the smackdown onto the enemy team there, using the Flaming Palms to do a lot of damage, because he only finished with about 25.1k damage overall.
Oh yeah, especially that all these things, it points to one thing. If JR doesn't have to carry, it means Zihong and Musang King is having a heck of a time around Heroes Gorge, right? So Zihong is just firing all these couple blades, securing all this damage onto the side of AG Global here. JR, he hasn't even scaled to 3 or 4 items here, and he's not really that involved in team fights here, hence the 50% team fight rate. So all these plays were really just made by who? The whole team, yes, but the core 3 person who made these plays happen was Musang King on the Agudo, showing up the right time at the correct objective, Zihong following up with which all these couple blades poking out on the side of All Gamers Global's health bar. And Dien, he didn't really use so many Forsaken Contracts ultimates so far in this split. I don't think I only seen 2 or 3, so he was just really holding it for Yulong. He knows Yulong is the one that can turn the tides.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I was saying there, though, like the amount of Forsaken Contracts that actually came through in that game wasn't many. It was just the fact that he was there, just being like a walking ward, just giving intel over to Musang King, over to Zhong, into the mid lane as well. Because like we were saying in the game as well, they were very tightly knitted as a 3-man, and then Siang and JR was just going for that macro play. But honestly, if it works, right? So look at this gold graph. We're into around about a 12 minute and 30 second match, and they were ahead by about 6.4k gold. So it was a steady kind of climb for the side of Black Shrew Esports.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's not as to say that they have like bombastic team fights or like straight 5 aces. No, nothing too crazy. They took small, steady steps, capturing the Azure Golem, forcing out fights on the side of AG Global, capitalizing on AG Global's mistake, capturing Yulong, flanking, failing the flank, and utilizing the Forsaken Contract, right? Afterwards, they slowly scaled up, got the Tyrant, got the Shadow Tyrant, immediately invading the Crimson Golem. So it's small methodical steps, a few hundred golds every play, but it racked up to the game deciding push.
Exactly. If you're not going to get like a huge gold lead, you're going to get it over time. And that's probably the most crucial and most deadly ones, because the enemy team's not going to even notice that. But MVP is going to go over to Xiong here into the mid lane. Honestly, I would have gave it over to either to Xiong or even Musang King, to be honest, because they were both playing very, very well on their picks. But 306 KDA, 38% of the damage dealt is huge, and definitely the potential of what you can do with a Ganon Mo.
Of course, Ganon Mo with the relevant resources, with the relevant positioning, and the help of his team to scout out vision. And honestly speaking, I want to give some props to BSE Dien as well. Dien giving such a comfortable range of damage for Zihong to actually pursue all these pokes, all these couple blades onto the members of AG Global here. Landing at 38% damage dealt is definitely a big feat, but of course, BSE really playing to their comp strength, allowing Zihong to get this MVP and get all this damage and get all these kills on the side of AG Global.
Exactly. He definitely set them up right. I mean, he was able to claim the kills with a couple blades, freshly forged. I mean, there was not one moment in that game when he was like badly positioned, right? Like we saw earlier within the series where some of the Ganamos were generally just very badly positioned, kind of opening them susceptible to ganks from the clash lane. But here we go. Even here, we see the Gorge mobilization come through, as well as the couple blades just kind of setting up those really early fights. And even Musang King building that early blood rage meant that he was just so sustainable into these very early game team fights, getting double kills onto the side of AG Global.
Oh yeah, definitely. And if you were to look at the highlights here, right? BSEDM, bottom left of the screen, he always has his ultimate up. He's only saving it for one member and one member only, and that is AG's Yulong on the Lam. He knows for a fact, if this Lam gets onto my backline, that is AG's only chance of coming back. Even here, at the end game fight, he's still holding his ultimate here.
Yeah.
He's not using it until the end of the game. I think I've only seen it twice or once throughout the entire game of BSEDN's Forsaken contract on Donghuang, right? So props to him for noticing that, hey, I don't need to be a flashy player. I just need to make sure that, hey, Yulong, you pretty sure you know that you're going to come in, but hey, man, I have the Forsaken contract. The moment you come in, I can pair it up with Flash and Flash suppress you. So be prepared. That is what the message that Dian has sent to Yulong.
Exactly, right? I mean, like the saying goes, too much of anything is bad for you. And if you use too many Forsaken contracts, it's not going to be on cooldown for those prime moments when Yulong was available and able to be taken down. So just showing that the patience coming through on the Dongguan pick here, Dian showing real sort of like potential into bringing this into more of a kind of like, okay, this is like alarms coming through, we're going to counter pick with this, and making it more of a successful counter pick for the side of BSE. We see here the side selection once more. It is actually going to be AG Global going over to red side once more. Will they be able to take game 2 from BSE? In terms of the draft, what do you feel like was missing in game 1, Sagi?
Seems like both teams have not been prioritizing the Diadia and the Mashroni in the first 2 phases, as we've seen so far in week 1 and week 2 of the MKL and the other regions. So in terms of what they're missing here, we really have to see the coach's decision here. And let's check the draft right now, and BSE immediately repeating the ban of Luna on the first ban. And Luna here so far, out of all the games so far in today's series, all 3 series here, Luna has been perma-banned so far, and AG Global here banning out Xiang's Baron here. So interesting bans so far coming in from both teams.
Yeah, again, I mean, to be honest, the Luna can be quite fruitful, can be quite scary against some of these teams that aren't quite used to playing against her as well. And then the Pei once more getting banned out here, so they don't want Yulong going onto the Pei, because like we were saying in the introduction to this series, right, was the fact that Yulong likes to pick these more kind of like very feisty assassin picks into the jungle, whereas Musen King, he's happy to play a Gudo because he knows if he doesn't need many resources, if he can just funnel that through to either a mid lane carry or a side lane carry, he's fine. He's happy with it.
Oh yeah, and definitely the Arlie and Maestro Nui and the Long is all been released from the pool. And of course, JR being JR locks in that Arlie real quick. Will AG Global reply with a Maestro Nui here, or what is the case right here? But a point to be focused on is definitely AG's playstyle, right? Banning the Luna, banning the Pei. If it worked, you don't have to fix it. So that's what BSE's approach is towards this game. It worked out in the game 1. You were forced to pick the Love, and I counter-picked it perfectly with the Donghuang. But we are playing global pick and ban, so right now you do not have the Donghuang here. And Mayin and Zhang Fei here, double engage here being locked down for the side of AG Global here.
Yeah, looking for a big engage here. They want to take it off of Dian as well, right? They don't want to let the Zhang Fei go over. And again, it's been such a monstrable pick within the MKL season this far. So honestly, if AG Global can get it, they'll definitely lock that in. And Saber on this pick has definitely been very good in terms of performance as well. Overall, most of the support players have had fantastic performance on the Zhang Fei. That's why it's got such a big presence in there. But speaking of presence today, the Dolia and Elaine combo has been pretty popular.
Oh yeah, Elaine and Dolia definitely a favorite pick from the side of Blackstreet Esports. They have picked this from time to time, and they have secured many victories so far on this combo here. I doubt they have landed a loss yet, correct me if I'm wrong, but definitely this is a BSE special that we're looking at, and AG Global here. Nayin and Zhang Fei, and locking in that Jing for Yulong. Definitely an AG Global special here, prioritizing their jungle's carry potential here, Blam.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking for a lot of burst damage from Yulong in this game 3, right? Honestly, we could probably potentially see Blackstreet Esports maybe try and go for the Orgrin if it actually survives within this next ban phase, because they ban out the Dune here, because again, Dolia and Dune combo, still a very kind of popular combo within Honor of Kings Global Esports as well, but it looks like they're going to be banning out the DRNG. Honestly, I thought they probably would have picked the DRNG in the first 2 picks to try and counter out the Arlie, because I knew this ban was coming.
Oh yeah, definitely. And as you state, spot on, the Orgrin has been banned out for AG Global here. So further reducing the pool of these big tank jungles for the side of Black Shrew Esports here. So for Black Shrew Esports, your job is probably just to ban out as any counters for the early. As we said time and time again, if you pick an early, you don't want this early to be losing out this early game so fast. You want this early to scale up into the Doomsday at 4 minute with no any disturbance, right? So she gets this Doomsday at 4 minutes, she takes the Crimson, and she starts being an absolute menace in the side lane here. So looking at BSE, I do feel that is what their approach is, banning out all these potential early counters, making sure that she has a heck of a game to play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's kind of like they're forcing them to go into the lung here for the side of AG Global, because I mean, they banned out the Marco, they banned out the DRNG here, and I feel like the only really one they can go for, they've played the Lady Sun, if I'm not mistaken, in the last game. Yes, they played the Lady Sun in the last game, so it's feeling like the lung being like last selected here in a draft is pretty unheard of, especially with the rest of the leagues. But honestly, the Yixing and Zhang Fei combo is another thing from the West League that's been doing very, very well in terms of using the Will to my board, either zoning and then using Unbridled Outburst. Can be a great control combo for this for the side of AG Global.
Oh yeah, definitely. Naming the Zhang Fei and the Yixing, definitely both combos that are exceptionally good in terms of team fighting. And on the side of BSE, they lock in the Da Chao mid and Monkey jungle. On the side of AG Global, you have to think, are we going to lock in the Corsair you or the Long here that has been gone through the banning phase, purposely left out by Black Shrew Esports, because they know for a fact, if you pick the Long, the early is gonna be nomming you in the lane. So what is the pick here, AG Global? Are you gonna show us something unconventional, or is it gonna be the Consular you or Long being locked in here as your last pick for your marksman?
Yeah, or maybe potentially the Chano, right? I mean, we've only saw Chano in the first series of the day. We haven't seen him since. So potentially here for AG Global, I mean, the Soaring Signal could come through here in terms of trying to push away the likes of the Elaine. There we go. Coming through, and then obviously with his very unique ultimate, he can still kind of a basic attack whilst moving as well, kind of be a lot of a pressure for the side of AG Global. So I feel like if they're able to try and win this one, AG Global, they need to be very aggressive in their team fights and basically don't play very coy, like their better words, obviously leaping coy tides for the Chao. They definitely need to play on the front foot rather than sort of playing behind and then playing reactive. They need to take control of the reins straight away.
Oh yeah, definitely. So looking at both teams' draft, right, Blam? For Black Shrew Esports, it's like the game plan that we mentioned just now. You want your side lanes to grow fed, you want your side lanes to hit that power spike so Dolia can refresh the Death at Sunset for Elaine and be this absolute backline threat. And for Arlie, you want this Doomsdays at 4 minute and conquering the side lanes, right? So for the side of AG Global here, what are you trying to expect? You're trying to expect this Jing, this channel, scaling up to 2 to 3 items and slowly taking on the fights. And what do you have in store for that? You have PSY on the Yixing, Saber on the Zhang Fei here. I definitely favor AG Global's draft in game 2, as I think it's definitely a very, very stable draft here.
It's a very stable draft, but I feel like the crumbling apart feature of the side of BSC, which is going to be sort of like trying to hone in on the weaknesses of AG Global here, is the access into the backline with a lane, but also the get out of jail card as well, right? Because he has 2 Death on Sunset, so he can use 1 to get in, 1 to get out if he really wants to. And honestly, if it's a very weak backline, they're looking very low in terms of their health. It's going to be good for not only sort of baiting the skills of AG Global, but also just getting that like those frightful takedowns.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially something to point out that Zihong on this Da Xiao, the more magic power that he purchases, it increases more of this hero's spell range. So that's definitely one thing to point out as well if you were to scale into the late game. So that's for Zihong's Da Xiao pick. So for the side of AG, right, we have to see. Usually we don't see a Mayin getting bullied by a Elaine. That is out of the norm, but right now it's a 50-50 matchup. So nothing too crazy going on. So both side lanes are equally as it is. So something to point out recently for all these early picks, we usually just swap them towards the mid lane so she has more control of the lane and she can rotate towards these side lanes, right? She's probably like a second jungle to really just farm 2 waves, to really just absorb all these jungle resources so she can hit this Doomsdays as early as possible.
Yeah, exactly, because that's where her early game power spike is, right? Is that Doomsday item lock in the itemization. But like you were saying there, most times out of 10, you're not going to be seeing the lane come out on top of the Mayin here. Mayin has not only the HP regen, but also the CC immunity as well. Recent changes means that you kind of get more damage and promoted with more damage if you use kind of like different combos with the Mayin as well. It kind of enhances her damage this time. But right now we're seeing a bit of a tip-tap down into the bot side of the map. The Shadow Wolves are going to be quite oppressive onto JR in the early game, but he has the get out of jail card, which is the Xiong as the Chao, right? Using to be able to use the teleport back, come back, full health, straight back into lane. Really sort of cleaning up the time, the time away from his lane.
Oh yeah, definitely a Sea of Fate, beautifully sending him back and returning him with a full health bar. So definitely BSE playing to their strengths, securing a very smooth sailing early game for JR as of now. So even for BSE Xiang as well, he's having a heck of an early game right now, and this is the style that we want to see from BSE, right? If you play these scaling type of side laners, right, the early, the lane, you definitely have to make sure that your early game is smooth and sailing at least to the 4th minute mark. When these two side laners get their items, that's where you truly take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, JR's not had kind of the roughest of games at this so far within this best of 3. He's kind of just been left to his own devices. Can they really afford that onto the side of AG Global if they're leaving Ollie to their own devices? Probably not, because it means that she's just going to get so much more farm, kind of over control over the side and get the damage. But at the same time, they're just trying to go tip for tat with the clash lane. There's not a lot really going on within this match, but at the same time, Black Shrew Esports are just trying to maintain that gold lead.
Oh yeah, definitely a small and steady 700 gold lead on the hands of AG, on the side of Black Shrew Esports right now. So nothing too crazy, as we said time and time again from these series so far. And honestly, Yulong here might be the key person here, the key difference maker here in securing AG's global comeback into the series here. We've seen time and time again, all these Jing players, all these Jing picks, they come out on top when it comes to assassinating the key player, which is JR on the early. So 4th minute mark has reached, and both teams positioning slightly towards the Tyrant, but here AG Global is slightly slow towards the Tyrant pit.
I mean, hopefully AG are able to pick up this Tyrant, right? I mean, they've got double smite. If they miss 2 smites, then it's kind of like a smite diff at that point. But Musang King, being the king of the jungle from the 2024 Art of Kings Global Esports scene. Oh, there we go. It's actually Yulong that gets the Tyrant here, which is going to be very fruitful for the side of AG Global. They're going to get a lot of an extra damage over to JD onto the Chano. But also the damage coming from Yulong as well.
Oh, flash engage coming from Daohen, forcing the entire health buff of JR and the heal spell coming from Dian. So a small trade coming in on the side of BSE and Daohen with the health bars here. But yeah, with that play, Xiang didn't come in with the Sea of Fate, with the Eye of the Whirlpool. He immediately takes off the tower, prioritizing his own farm here. So props to Xiang here, acknowledging the fact that, hey, we can't fight in the early game, so we gotta outscale you to a specific point. So right now, 5 minute mark, 1,000 gold lead toward the side of Black Shrew Esports here, and we mentioned so far, BSE gets the optimal setup for JR. Oh, JR gets engaged here.
Yeah, just use the mirror domain. It's not going to be enough though. I mean, they've got Monkey, right? Like, we covered this in one of the previous series. Monkey is just so gosh darn tanky. Like, if you're going to try and take him down with just a Jing on your own, you're going to have a hard kind of try. It's going to be a very sort of commendable effort, but it's not going to happen. The thing that like really concerns me most is the fact that Xiang has managed to get the priority into that clash lane. Like, honestly, that means that he has so much more free room to just help out, try and pick up the back line of AG Global in these coming team fights.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially Musang King here is solo pushing all the members of AG Global outside of this blue side and securing enough space for JR to take down that bottom tower right here. So amazing stuff coming in from Black Shrew Esports here. And right now, this is the segment that we always talk about for early teams, right? They love to let early be dominant in the side lane and funnel all the resource towards her so she can build this early menace into the side lane and secure as much control as possible. And this is what BSE is doing right now. They're showcasing us how to really execute this early comp.
Yeah, I mean, JR's ahead by a whole level, right? Like, he's definitely got the XP lead right now, probably got the gold lead as well, but right now it's Yulong. He looks pretty low. Same with Saber. Saber uses the Unbridled Life Burst to keep alive as well, trying to push away the side of BSE, trying to contain them into towards my board, but didn't quite connect the way that they wanted to. And right now, they're getting pressured, both on those side lanes from both Xiang and JR.
I really want to give props to Zihong and Musang King here. Zihong here, using the Sea of Fate, using the Circle Recall, prioritizing enough space for Musang King to soak up enough damage and immediately recall on the time when the circle is finished to channel, right? So he goes in, soaks up all the damage, soaks up all the spells from Yulong, the Mirror Domain, the World's My Board, the Unbridled Outburst, then he gets out, build free.
Oh,
right now,
Yulong gets engaged. Pretty low, the Mirror Domain is being used. He's able to kind of dupe around, but for how long? There's the Devil Sunset, but he's not going to actually commit to dive it in onto Yulong there. They got what they came for. They got the T1 into the mid lane. So once more, Black Shrew Esports just opening up the gorge onto their side.
Especially here, Blam. Like we said from time and time again, Black Shrew Esports is not a team to play hyper-aggressive Honor of Kings, they are a team here to do objective plays. What was the objective just now? The objective was the Azure Golem. Afterwards, it was the mid tower. And now, they're back to farming into their own jungle, securing their Crimson Golem on the side of Arlie. And then, their attack goes again back to the Azure Golem that spawned in 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's all methodical. It all means something. Every movement is calculated onto the side of Blackstreet Esports. And right now, for the state of AG Global, it's not looking as calculated as I was kind of hoping for. They're definitely struggling to try and find their way or even their motion within this game because they're behind by around about 2.5k gold.
Oh yeah, 2.5k gold at around 8 minutes mark with 0 kills, by the way. Only towers and only from stealing camps. Blackstreet Esports here just making a statement of the game on teaching how all these teams how to play slow and steady Honor of Kings.
Slow and steady wins the race, right? I mean, that's a all-day proverbial coming through there, but again, AG Saber is just trying to kind of tank a lot of the damage there, Dohan as well, but it just means that Xiang's having that friendly personal time up into the clash lane, able to take the T2 as well, which is not what they really want onto the side of AG Global. They are losing priority, they are losing quite a lot of turrets right now. Okay, the dream run is being committed. Yep, PHY is potentially going to get taken down now. The passive actually comes through and saves his life. First blood at 8 minutes and 45 seconds, Sagi. And it goes over to Dowheim, but it's not going to be finished there. We see the Sabers being committed there with the Unbridled Outburst. Into the back line is Dowheim. He's trying to get the pick off onto JR, but it's not going to be enough. He gets the kill for himself. You don't want to be given the resources over to BSC's JR.
Beautiful first blood coming in from AG Global here, but still slowly bleeding out a 3,000 gold lead over the side of Blackstreet Esports here. I do want to comment Saber. He noticed that, okay, Busan King, you want to use the Dream Roam to come and engage on us, take a poke, and get out and bail with the Sea of Fate recall, right? But immediately uses the Unbridled Outburst to push away Busan King, so netting the kill for AG Global here. But still, 3,000 gold lead so far, 1-1, 9 minutes in. What can AG Global do to really stop themselves from bleeding out of this series?
I think the main thing is just keeping a hold of those high ground turrets, right? They need to make sure they keep that real estate for themselves just at their final frontier, because there's been times within many of the competitions within Honor of Kings Global Esports where teams have managed to come back from that kind of high ground turret territory. So honestly, if they maintain that one and also just maintain the sort of like hemorrhage gold lead, I mean, if you can kind of keep it to that like 2 to 3k gold lead, you can still come back after a really good team fight.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. I do agree with you as well on this plan of AG Global, and especially they have the linking insurance on channel, the channel on JD. The moment he hits that Daybreaker into a Blood Reaper, that's where he starts to get
oh my goodness, yes, a big fight here for the side of BSE. They do start with a bit of a confrontation, and PHY, I don't think he has his passive. No, it is Musan King coming for revenge. He was like, it saved you one time, but this time I'm going to claim the kill. Musan King.
Musan King indeed, finding a good opportunity, finding the best Dream Roam onto the side of PHY, which has no Flash. Flash was on cooldown for PHY, so a very good spot out there for side Musan King. And he's solo invading right now, pushing the members of AG Global back to their base right now. What a performance coming in from Musan King here today.
Yeah, very good performance. It's very solid. He's just basically propping up his teammates, right? Like, he's just there to be like, guys, I'm going to give you the support beam that you need. Tell me what you need, and I will basically translate that for you, either into gold, kills, turrets. Just let me know, we'll be there. And that's exactly how he played the Agudo. So going for these tanky picks, like I said in the actual introduction of this series, this is Musan King's MO, right? He goes for the tanks.
Yeah, he goes for the tanks, he plays it well, he provides so much comfortable space for JR to play around these team fights, for JR to really scale off this early game, right? We've seen from time and time again, teams prioritize this early, right? But they can't let this early scale into the 4th minute mark. With this Doomsday, with the Crimson Golem, they always falter in the first 2 minutes of the game. But BSE, showing a masterclass of a performance, showing textbook Honor of Kings, showing us how do you need to execute this early team composition.
I mean, you remember a few moments ago I said that hemorrhaging gold lead going out of 2 to 3k range? It has, it's 6k, and right now into the backline, it's the Elaine. Xiang uses the duel to the death and gets double kill onto Yulang. It's not going to be enough there. PHY going in, he gets out into the turret, but it's going to be another duel to the death come through, keeping Xiang alive as his teammates get the high ground turrets and potentially finishing off this game with the Vanguard. Daohan is just trying to keep him off that crystal, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like it's going to be BSE claiming game 2.
What a way to end the series with a clean 2-0 dominating fashion from Blackstreet Esports here. Honestly speaking, if you were to tell me this game would end in a 2-0, I would believe you, but in this fashion, not what I had in my notes today.
Nope, not what I had in my notes today, honestly. We thought that this was going to be the banger of the day, right? Honestly, I felt like maybe game one was probably a lot better. Well, match one, shall I say. But BSE with the masterclass against AG Global, it seems like there was a little bit of a revenge there from the defeat that they took in the Season 3 Malaysian qualifier going into this best of 3, right?
Well, honestly speaking, I do agree as well. They came back strong. They came back with hunger. The hunger for vengeance on the side of All Gamers Global here from BSE, right? That masterclass of a lane, he literally just dove 2 towers in to finish off JD's channel and following to collect the kill onto the Jing as well. So, wow. What performance here coming in from Blackstreet Esports here?
Yeah,
it's not one man's job, it's like the full team's duty here.
Yeah,
Musang King, Zihong giving so much space here, right?
Yeah, he gave so much space, but this is the point of the Dolly and the lane combo, right? Like, this is the thing that AG really lacked, especially playing from the behind. It's like the access to the backline, Dohan towards the end there, yes, he tried to get the kill, but Jing, Yulong just never really had the time to shine because there's just so much CC coming from the side of Blackstreet Esports, from the Wavebreaker, the Leaping Koi Tides, and then on top of that, they had Monkey, they had Musang King. There was just going to be enough frontline to soak as much damage as possible before even trying to take a team fight.
Honestly, I do agree as well. So right now, we've seen so far Blackstreet Esports breaking down how it is to fight against AG Global, who likes to play the jungle-centric team compositions, right? So is this a way of exposing AG Global to the entire MKL league? Because right now, BSE plays such a slow and methodical game, showing us drafts, showing us play styles to really counter this Yulong-centric carry style.
Exactly. They definitely did it. And I think it's the same kind of song and dance as we saw in game one, right? It was the fact that they really kind of pushing this strategy of JR and Siang to be the kind of macro play that we saw in game one, and then Musang King and Song was just kind of like the spearhead of Blackstreet Esports, just to force those team fights and just basically just have way with them.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I want to give props to BSE as well. The way they played the Da Xiao and the Monkey was really beautiful to watch. Every dream roam is not meant for a kill. It's to chunk out the health bars of AG Global, then the Musang King can return with the Face Recall, and then they get to push out the objective because already All Gamers Global's health bar already rock bottom.
Yeah, exactly. The CFA's coming in clutch here. The Dachau into the mid lane is something we haven't seen for quite some time, honestly. There was like a certain point within Honor of Kings Esports where the Chow was coming through quite frequently. It wasn't really going to be the support role. It was just down into, it was up into the mid lane, and it does a lot of damage as well. I mean, you see in there, 41k, only 5k behind in terms of damage from an Arlie, which is unheard of.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff, especially all these Koi Tides, all these Tide Breakers from the side of this Da Xiao, really slowly chunking off of the side of AG Global here, making them unable to protect any of their objectives, be it the Crimson, be it the Azure Golem. Just look at this chart. It's actually the same thing as we mentioned just now. It's not an entire Skyrise chart where it immediately hops onto a 10k gold lead like the series that we've seen so far in Team Secret series, right? It's actually a slow methodical, I chunk you out of your resources, I take bit by bit from you, and we slowly scale into a game-winning push after the first objective, which is what? The Tyrant, which is what? The Shadow Overlord.
Yep.
Really beautiful play coming in from Blackstreet Esports.
Yeah, it's just a masterclass, right? I mean, it shows that you don't need to all be going in for the kills, and you don't have to be sort of super duper aggressive in the early game. Honestly, I feel like if some of the teams were actually being aggressive against Blackstreet Esports in the early game and actually converted into kills, I feel like that's the way around Blackstreet Esports' sort of MO here, where they slowly start to gain that gold. But MVP is going to go over to this time to none other than the king, Musang King, and getting the KDA of 111. That's not normally an MVP takeaway, but it's the damage taken, it's the damage dealt, and it's the overall gold. He's basically just going there. He is the support beam. He is the bench for the family of Blackstreet Esports.
Definitely blind. Especially that game just now, there wasn't really a lot of kills just now. I think he had like total of 4 kills before the game ended. So props to Musang King and the team, right? Yep. Musang King really gives so much space to JR, sharing his gold, sharing his jungle camps with JR, allowing him to grow into such a monster during the 4th minute mark and towards the end of the game, and making sure that his Elaine, the core carry of the two teammates, right? The JR on Arlie, Elaine on Xiang, right? These two got such a beautiful early game, uncontested, uninterrupted, and they really scaled into the big monsters up for the team fight in the later stages of the game.
Exactly. Just setting it up. I mean, we're going to see in the MVP highlights as well. It's just how he kind of is very methodical around the gorge, how he's able to kind of just take and soak a lot of the damage into these early game team fights, and then it's kind of like allow Xiang, Ali, the JR on the Ali as well, just to come through and just clean up those kills.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let's check out the replay real quick. And this was the 1-4-1 trade that we have so far just now, the 8-minute first blood. And this was Musang King capitalizing on PHY, knowing he has no flash. And this was the game-winning push. Death as Sunset goes back to the back line, immediately demolishing JD, farm for 10 minutes, but immediately useless and takes away Yulong. And man, what a play coming in from Blackstreet Esports. And this is the end day standings right here in front of you.
Yep, we're going to say we're still seeing Blackstreet Esports actually peeping the top spot there in terms of obviously game to win differentials. They are taken ahead of Nova. Obviously, Nova didn't have a game today. They do have one tomorrow. And also, BSE have a game tomorrow. So they'll be fighting for the top spot in terms of like who can maintain after week 3. But honestly, AG Global, they have taken a beating too many times so far. It is only week 3. It is only best of 3. So let's not lose hope yet for any of these teams. The time when it starts to the fissure of all these teams start to split is when we start to get in that best of 5 format, right?
Of course, definitely, especially for the bottom 4 teams right now, it's definitely a fight for survival for the top 6 spot into the MKL playoffs here, especially Toda, O2 Esports, and Seoul Esports here. They will definitely need to really amp up the gear to really secure themselves the 6th place. So looking at tomorrow's schedule, we are also having an absolute masterclass of series. We are having Nova versus Seoul Esports here. Ooh, a very tough game for our Seoul Esports here. Blackstreet Esports versus DTE Gaming, and O2 Esports versus AG. What are your thoughts on this, Blam?
Honestly, I like the look after DTE's game in today. I like the look of match 2, but honestly, it's fresh in my mind still, right? Blackstreet Esports, the way they didn't even tear apart AG Global. Like, I'm being super duper fair here. They were just handling them as if they were a child, right? They was handling them with care. They was basically saying, guys, we see that you're kind of furious, you're angry. We're gonna kind of guide you through this, but not realizing that the AG Global was going to be the losing child at the end of the day with a 2-0 victory from BSC that kind of just dismantled them with care and love, which those are not synonymous with Blackstreet Esports.
Oh yeah, definitely. With a masterclass of performance today from Blackstreet Esports, you kind of wonder, this textbook style of Honor of Kings, right? Will it bring them far towards another championship win? We will have to find out if once the double round robin starts when they fight Nova Esports again, because this Blackstreet Esports, the way they play is really, really different from what they showcased us when they were against Nova Esports, right? So it really balls up to the fact that, man, Blackstreet Esports today, they really pulled up all gears and just told AG Global here, even though we're tied for second, our caliber is just different. Our caliber is just different, and I'm just way better than you in just this textbook style.
Yeah, I mean, even into the drafts though, right? I mean, we were kind of favoring AG Global's draft towards the game 2, right? Especially with the pair of the Yixing, Zhang Fei. But there was never a real moment where that combo could actually ever pop off, because even if it did pop off, who is it going to pop off around? Is it going to go around the Dachao? Is it going to try and lock down Musang King on Monkey? But even if it did, the CFAs come through, they go away, they teleport away. So there was no real kind of like control. They had the illusion of control and couldn't actually do anything with it though.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree that BSE played around the Sea of Fate very well, with Musang King just diving in, using the Sea of Fate to bail out. Really masterclass performance so far from Blackstreet Esports here today, and especially the game 1 as well. Time and time again, we said, okay, AG is a hyper-aggressive team that loves to pick fights, love to do all these skirmishes, right? But Blackstreet Esports here today, they are not allowing any form of AG Yulong being the hyper carry of the team. Game 1, we see the Dong Huang using the Forsaken contract, locking down the AG Yulong slum. Game 2, multiple invades towards the jungle, messing up AG Yulong's Jing's temple on the Jing. So all these plays are all pre-calculated and pre-planned of their game plan before the game started, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, is it going to be a similar story that we see tomorrow? Who knows? But it's definitely been a tale of two sides between these teams. Aggression and patience. But overall, patience always wins. That's what Black Shrew Esports was telling there. But I've been Blam. With me has been Sagi. I hope you've had a fantastic day watching these matches. Come back tomorrow for even more.
Ever-changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. The crowd. Oh no, we don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie.
Turn it back.
Where you from? Catch up.
Season. Woo. Yeah. You heard.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Yeah. I can see
It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.